Good morning, chat. All right. What are we working with this morning? Hey, Misu. I want to fire this draft, but I want to give people a couple minutes to get here before we fire the draft. So, what should we do instead? Did I see Dune in the end? Yeah. I watched it over HBO, so I could watch it from home. It was really cool. I thought the movie was. I mean, I've read the books, and I've read the books again not that long ago. My wife and I listened to at least the first book as we were driving somewhere. And I've seen the old movies, or the old movie, can't remember if there was more than one, which was atrocious. So I have a lot of context to put it in. I thought the visuals in this movie were phenomenal. It made me feel like I was playing it's the same feeling I get when I was like listening to like the theme music of oh my god, what was the Warhammer game where we were crawling through crypts? It's like that kind of thing. It was just visually, the ships looked futuristic and alien. The planets looked like these vast landscapes. Like the way they did the kind of imperial architecture was just gorgeous. The rest of it, okay, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, we're talking about Dune. The rest of it wasn't bad at all. Like, it wasn't amazing, but it wasn't bad. By and large, it was the Dune storyline. They seemed to undersell some parts and oversell some other parts. But yeah, you liked Lady Jessica. Lady Jessica is my least favorite character there. I felt like they portrayed her much weaker than I felt like she came off in the books, which was interesting to me. But I thought the Baron was really well done. They took him from like comical fat man to menacing fat man, which I think was how he was written as opposed to how he's been portrayed in like previous movies. I thought it was really well done, and nothing was off-putting to me in this off-putting enough that if there's more of these, I'm gonna be not first in line necessarily, but I'm gonna be queuing up to go see them because it was good, and I love sci-fi, and it's hard to get well done sci-fi, and I appreciate how much time they put into the scope of the first movie was pretty decent, right? So it covered a big chunk, but it didn't try to rush the entire plot line of all of Dune into one movie, which I really appreciated too. So I liked it. I was pretty impressed with it by and large, which is nice. I don't see a lot of movies these days that I'm super impressed with, and this was definitely one of them. So yeah, and the visuals were just so good. The visuals were so good. So I liked it a lot. And it was a good length too. It was like 2.5 hours, right? So I felt like I was getting some value out of it. I'm like, hell yeah, I don't want this to end. Like an hour and a half through, I'm like, man, there's only an hour left. I'm bummed out by the fact there's only one more hour. So, anyways, so all right, what are we doing today? We drafting? That was a good couple of minutes segment there. Yeah, I wanted more too, and I read up on it afterwards. Yeah, the scale of the ships was amazing. Like that scene. I mean, is it spoilers? I'm not going to spoil anything unique to the movies. There's a scene where the Harkonnen are leaving Dune, right? And the Harkonnen, rather, are leaving Dune. And it's just like their legions are like arrayed in like the squares that you're used to from movie like army formations. And their ships are there that they're leaving on. And the ships are just enormous. And I agree. It did that amazing perspective of like looking at this going, wow, that's some cool tech. And I like it because I did think, so there's a big portion of Dune, right? Dune's another one of these universes where AI is essentially banned, right? Like advanced computers are banned. Never win. And the movie didn't make that point, and I felt like they really needed to, because so much of what follows from, so many of the actions that follow in the Dune universe require that point, right? The reason why, despite all of its high levels of technology, everything is individually piloted, why it's still the skill of the individual that's relevant to this, why they have like the human cogitators, right? The cogitators, essentially the people who are, what they call them something different in Dune, but the idea is the people who are so mentally trained and mentally conditioned that they're essentially human computers because they didn't go down the technological computer side, right? Yeah, the mentats, exactly. Like, these weren't mentioned at all in the first movie. And I feel like that is such an important backdrop to understand why. Because otherwise you're like, why the fuck is this stupid ship unable to track anything? And why the hell is this being piloted by a human who's like pulling on the joystick and the rest of this garbage? Why is this happening? As opposed to if it's so advanced in the future where we're interstellar transit, why does any of this matter? But that's like such an important backdrop of the entire Dune universe. And also from like the context of when the books were written, right? Because it's part of the psychology of the era, which is really, really broadcast in Herbert's writing, right? It's just, I thought that was the biggest omission for me. And I get it. They have a lot of stuff to cover. And they probably will cover that in future versions of it. But it makes immersing yourself in that universe a lot easier when you understand that there is a rationale, even if it's maybe not a good rationale, but it's a consistent rationale, which is all I ever want, right? I want the consistent storyline. I want the logic of the universe that I'm being presented to be consistent. So, thank you, Graph, for the sub. Hey, Blu-rays. So, yeah, I was really impressed with that, Miso. I was really impressed with that. Okay. We drafting? Going for some more scam tokens? All right. Kind of made me want to read the books again, and it made me hope that they go through like the full story arc, because it's a really cool story by and large. I mean, you know, parts of it haven't aged well, but I mean, that's the nice thing of doing an adaptation. What is the raid you've listed? It's a game. It's called Raid Shadow Legend. Hey, Usurpator.
I have returned. Filthy whiskey.
Gets a bit nutty at the end. Yes, it does. All right, pack one, pick one. Uh-oh. We don't want to first pick red, although Reckless Stormseeker is an excellent card. There's almost no black or blue in this pack, though. It's just basically Awakener. Uh-oh. Okay. What's wrong with red? It's the worst performing color in this this set of Magic. Jetpack Wolf, I agree. I call him Reckless Rocketeer in my head for some reason. All right, here I would like the slash. It plays best with the Stormseeker. It's a foul play in black, but we have no reason to. Red-black has only ever works for me in Vampires. I think this is actually a Mentor. Hope to Wheel either slash, Duel, Revelation, Bird Admirer, Croaking Counterpart. They're all okay. Well, green seems to be open. I don't know if second Mentor is exactly where I want to be. I do like continuing to cut green. I don't hate a Sacred Fire or Burn the Accursed here. But let's grab the second Mentor. There's a Farmer for fixing and green. Very powerful card. Best card in the pack is probably the Veteran or the Tome. I'm happy to play Farmer. It's a red-green duel up against an Evolving Wild, a Hauler, a Rejuvenator, and Elementalist. Happy to see this. There's some argument for Ghoul. We're not necessarily red just because we have some green cards, and Grizzly Ghoul has been pretty good for me. But green-black is literally my least favorite color combination in the set. So I think we're going to try to avoid that if we can. Thank you. So yeah. There's a Burn the Accursed, fairly late. Happy to see it. Plays nicely in the red-green deck. Would I have any tips for doing good in drafting? Yeah. They go something like, remember your acronyms. By and large, if you're a new player, the acronyms for picking cards are something like bread or breast, depending on what you adhere to. So we've got a lot of 3-drops. The Farmer is better than the Naturalist by and large, but I think here it might actually be Naturalist. We have a lot of 3s. We're not necessarily a third color yet. The Stingers overperform for me as well. But I think I'm going to take Naturalist here. Day-Night Cycle matters for us. we're wanting to be red-green instance. I'm not sure about passing that farmer. It's just I have no 2-drops and I have 4 3-drops that I already want to play. So a part of me is kind of a little hesitant to do that. Here, these are best of 3 games. I think I will take the Immolation over the Guide or the Wolf. These are both really low tier 3-drops, or 2-drops rather. Burn the Accursed Wield. I'll take second copy of that before first copy of any of the others. Basically, there's your acronym looks like this, which is something like that. Oops, but spell bombs correctly, obviously. Revelation versus Bird Admirer. Best of 3 Bird Admirer is quite a bit better. We'll probably get a Revelation later. Bird Admirer is also a werewolf. There's a Revelation. I will play Foragers. We have no 4s yet. Do I take first Foragers over first Revelation? No, I don't think so. I don't really like Foragers that much. Path, Howl, Abandon. Howl's a fine trick. I don't want to play it often, but what is considered bread? It's an acronym. I just typed out the whole acronym for you directly above the part in chat where you ask me what it means. Okay. All right, Light Up the Night. Big underperformer for me. But Village Wash is real bad. All right. Hello, Moody Penguin. I mean, that was a good pack 1. Ooh. I guess we're silver bolting, hoping to wheel Might. I like Might just fine, but this pack is very not in our colors, huh? I got scammed into Gruul. Sure did. Hate red green this set. I think red black is my, or green black is my least favorite color combination in this set. White red is pretty bad, and red black is pretty bad in this set for me. Those are my least 3 favorite, and probably the order that I presented them, with the first one I presented being the least favorite. I like Gruul in this set. It's a bit tricky to get going. Second Bird Admirer is probably too much. I'll take first Duel for Dominance here over first Might of the Old Ways. They're both okay. This card just does really bad in this format for some reason. It feels like it should be okay, but it hasn't been. Okay. Third Burn the Accursed going up a bit too many here. We'd like some cheaper interaction. This pack is pretty cut in our colors though. We could pick up first Pestilent Wolf. 3 of these is a lot. They will untempo you. What is my favorite mechanic in this set? Are you asking me to compare? I like Neonate's Rush. Sprout has never done anything for me. I think it's particularly bad in this deck. We only have 1 flashback card right now. I don't hate Rejuvenators, but I want my first Neonate's Rush over my first Rejuvenator in best of 3. So there's second Farmer, first Defend. Defend has been an overperformer for opponents in this format for me, but an underperformer for me. There's also a second Duel. I think this is Farmer. Favorite mechanic. So between Flashback and Day-Night Cycle, is there a third mechanic in this one? And Disturb? Are you asking me to compare those? Plummet, second Silverbolt, or Mystic Skull. This is a format where we can play Plummet as a sideboard card. You could also play second Silverbolt. I don't really want second Silverbolt main though. There's a Foragers. I also like Day Knight. There's an Elementalist, although I'm probably not playing it, up against a Witherthorn Blessing, which is Winterthorn Blessing, which has been very good for me. I don't necessarily have any sources of blue yet, though. I consider Coven. Coven's a mechanic, yep. I mean, I'm asking you what you're defining as that, because you're asking me to chime in on that. I don't mind second Bird Admirer for sideboard. Second Plummet's a bit much. I don't like tapping at the window in a deck without any flashback cards. We could speculate on it, but I think I'd rather have the sideboard. I guess my answer to that question then is my favorite part of this set for mechanics is the day-night cycle. Alright, Path hasn't done a goddamn thing for me. The most valuable card for our deck is Sentry here, honestly. Painter's been okay. I'm a little light on instants and sorcery, instants for them, particularly. This card does stuff for my opponents. It just never does anything for me. I think I'm on Sentry, Hope to Wheel, Painter, or Festival. Okay. Rise has been incredible. I like Alchemist just fine. I hope to wheel it, but we won't. If I wheel Sentry, I'm happy, but Rise is just too good to pass. Green blue, would love to have that card. There's a Shadow Beast sighting. Almost made it into a green blue deck. We never saw any blue cards, I guess, is the problem, but would have been nice not to be scammed by red. There's white green fixing. How long have I been playing Magic for? A couple years on stream. Second Immolation's fine. We have no reason to believe we're going to be white. Sideboard is sideboard. Look at these blue cards. I don't know why pack 3 suddenly has blue wide open. It's not like red and green have been open. Like I've been cutting the fuck out of them. Second Neonate's Rush can see some play. Second Shadow Beast sighting is much more interesting. There's also some Graveyard Hate. This is best of 3. Pit Fighter doesn't do anything for me. We do need some 5-drops, but maybe not this one. There's a Hauler. I don't need third Farmer with 2 colors particularly. I like Evolving Wilds, so I'm not going out of my way for it. I think I actually want the 5-drop Werewolf here. Gonna play Darkest Dungeon too. Such a weird question. Yes. The short answer is yes. The longer answer is it's one of the most popular games I've ever created content for on my channel. Of course I'm gonna be playing it. Why wouldn't I be? I'll play Third Admirer. Not going out of my way for it, but there's nothing in this pack besides that. I mean, I guess Raise is Artifact Hate. So we're missing cheap red interaction. Would have been really nice. And we don't have a source of card advantage, which is also a bit of a problem. I don't know if I want to start with Immolations in. Dude, third Mentor. Wow. Farmer number 3, Mentor number 3, Silverbolt number 2, or first Village Watch. I don't think I can run 3 Mentors. They don't really work in groups of 3. I like Might. I wonder if I can play 2 Mights. Maybe. I don't mind another 4-drop, but this is a pretty low value 4-drop. Premium 2-wheeled. Red looks open. It's pack 3. We've been cutting the hell out of it. This is 24. I think this is a 16 lander. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, we have double Shadow Beast and Arise. The Ants now. This was all pack 3, right? Or pack 2, pack 3? Dude, imagine pick 12, Revenge of the Drowned in pack 3. It makes me angry. All right, I mean, we got a lot. We have a deep, deep, deep sideboard, which is good for the best of 3 stuff. But our deck is only kind of low, medium power level maybe. Particularly, we're missing cheap interaction. So this is 41 on 17 lands. A part of me wants to play 16 with double farmers and a curve that basically ends at 2 by and large. Not really. Excuse me. So I had to cut one land here, or one card here rather. If it weren't a land, what would it be? The weakest card is Timberland Guide or Immolation, but they both fill kind of important spots for us. Early interaction, of which we have none, and early pressure on the board. I don't hate another combat trick either in this deck. It's probably just get rid of Immolation. What if we cut them both and ran second Might of the Old Ways? $11 creatures plus 2 Shadow Beast sightings and a Rise. All right, let's start here. Okay, do I have mods in chat? Can we get a prediction for this? This is a special event, so the breakpoints, let's do first prediction is 2 wins. 2 wins is, we'll do it by draft tokens. Thanks. These are expensive buy-ins with nice payouts. Duress, turn 1 in your main deck. You, sir, are a cunt. All right. Well, it's good news for us by and large. This is best of 3. This is an easy card that you can put in later. You don't need to be playing that main deck. It just isn't a good card main deck. So either his deck is very bad. 2 land draws here. Not ideal. $200 IQ gamer. It's unfortunate because the reason why a card like that in this case frustrates me so much is it's generally a punish. So what's actually going through my head is that's a terrible thing. They just got rewarded for it. And they're black-red flash creatures. And they should have been punished. So really what's pissing me off is the RNG variance that just fucked me on a play that should have been fucking them. I can't remember if there's any black-red flash creatures in this. So if there are black-red flash creatures with power 2 or less, then I want to pre-combat Mentor, but I don't think there are. So now I give him less decisions. Also, if he has removal that does 1 damage, he might want to play around Might by waiting for me to cast, but I can't. I mean, he knows my hand because of the duress, so. Black generally has a couple flash creatures here and there, right? I just can't remember if there's any in this set. Yeah, we can create situations where it's not the worst card they're playing there, or they're playing it for reasons that make sense. But that's still, the reasons why it bothers me are still the same here. It's still a bad card because mostly you top deck it when it's fucking dead. It's really annoying to have them have it turn 1 and get value out of it. Not wrong. Opinions are like not wrong at all. There's 2 sweepers in black-red in this format too, which is really annoying. Attacks. Of course he attacks. You bet, buddy. What is it gonna be? Arrogant Outlaw. You got your proc. Nice. Okay. These are weird spells to be playing now. Or 1 turn off, Mentor being good. Can I even attack anymore though? Okay. Guess we're waiting a turn. I mean, maybe, because I don't really want to trade the sentry off here. Second atrocious card in their deck. It's another bad play. But Filthy, no, that's just a bad play. He just 2 for 1'd himself for a +1/+1 counter. Essentially spending 3 cards to get +1/+1. This seems like a terrible attack on 1 mana. We need to dig for a Burn the Accursed here. Misses the onboard combat trick, or possibly has a red burn spell, but I think they missed the onboard combat trick. Yeah. Okay. I forgot this card has extra text. So rarely does it matter. When enchanted creature dies, look at the top X cards of your library. X is its power. Put 1 of those cards in your hand, the rest in the bottom of your library. Okay, so it gets a card selection out of this. Hey, Treasure Booty. How was Inscription? I enjoyed it. Still on 4 lands. Can apparently just play the game on 4 lands. Hey, Northern Moose. Another bad common. Still 4 lands. Alright, we have Coven. Eight mana. Another bad card. Blocks the wrong target. Misses the same onboard combat trick we've already showed them. My mana tapped wrong. That's trollish. Okay. Still playing on 4 lands. Light up the Night Nuke. I can't cast that from my graveyard. It doesn't have flashback, or rather the flashback requires loyalty interactions, which we just don't have. All right, we saw 2 targets for Rush. Second Rush gets a little bit better. Saw a number of targets for Immolation. What is weak in our deck here? Foragers. It's not, I mean, the problem, I think Duel is a little less good than some of the other action we could bring in here. It's Instant Speed, which is really nice, but so is cheap removal versus that deck. That deck sometimes beats me by just running us over. We have other things we want in there. 2/2. Felt like they had a Wrath. No, they made lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of Magic fundamental mistakes. So you have to put them in a class of essentially unpredictable, because what it boils down to is their play was so bad it's really difficult to get a read of what that means. So they could have a Wrath, but it's not because they were broadcasting a Wrath. They just don't know how to play the game. So it gets much harder to get any sense of that. It is best of 3, correct. Today is the draft token farming event. Okay. I mean, we're keeping the hand. We can certainly screw out. Oh yeah, so you totally know what I'm talking about then. I was only ever a casual poker player, but I used to do fairly regular home games where I'd host with some friends kind of deal. And occasionally girlfriends would show up and play who didn't really play poker but wanted just the experience of hanging out and doing some stuff. They're pretty low stakes games. Like we had a buy-in and then the rest of it. And I lost, dude, this guy in his duress gaming is driving me nuts. Always in the opening hand. Never has to top deck this dead fucking card. What a gamer. Anyways. We're playing. It's so weird too. It takes Might of the Old Ways over Light Up the Night. Probably because there's too much text on this. But anyways, playing this poker, ended up in a heads up situation with one of the girls who was part of that event, and she had no clue what was happening, and it was impossible to make any sense of what she was doing. So it was basically just literally like rolling the dice. It's heads up, right? Your hand needs to be better than their hand, or you need to interact with them in some way. Not like read them necessarily, but just like she would just call everything, and then it was just like every call, and then it's like every call, and then just have the cards, and you're just like, oh, I think I ended up losing to that, which wasn't particularly annoying necessarily. It was just kind of ridiculous. So anyway, and she did nothing wrong there, but it was impossible for me to figure out what to do with her. I didn't know what to do with that. I'm like, well, I'm not drawing super well. there is a blind structure in place, so I can't wait forever. Every time that I've forced a confrontation, she's had a better hand. And she calls every round. I'm just like, okay, I'm not sure where you get with that. So anyway. Do I ever do home board night game? The pandemics has changed everything, Miso. So the short answer is no. I think this is just Light Up the Night. I think Light Up the Night is worse than Burn the Accursed. There's one card. There's two cards that punish us here. The 7/6 Menace creature and the... even though the 6/5 doesn't even punish us to hold up Burn, right? So I think I'd rather get the one... I mean, he knows about them all, I guess. I mean, I guess this can't go face, though. This can go face. Kind of wanted to hold the land for Revelation too, but eh. Maybe we set up to kill them. Did we even show more than one creature with 2 toughness in the entire last game? I don't think we did, right? Card's actually quite dangerous right now. It's a full mana sink for them. Do I just kill it? Just kind of hoping to draw one of our Neonate Rush sideboards here. I mean, we're not blocking, and he doesn't have first strike on defense rather. Question is, do I want to take, when he plays his land, do I want to take 5 damage off this little shit? I don't think so. There is red pump magic. There's nothing black that gives stats though, right? It's just like Blade Brand. Okay. All right, we're in a good spot. We have gas in the graveyard, better board. We're both top decking. They're at lower life total. This is a vigilant attacker, which is always joyful. Another lethal attacker. All right. One Duress Gamer down. You know, like, and I certainly was not, I'm not implying that I was super great at poker or anything like that, but it's just like, in that, it was just one of those things that sticks in your head of you're like, wow, it's a funny interaction. This is, Cyphus, this format right here. Let me just show you this format. Let me explain this format to you that we're playing today. Because this is a special event, a limited time event on Magic the Gathering Arena. The way it works is this. It's twice as expensive of a draft to buy in. So it's 3,000 gems as opposed to 1,500 gems, which means it's a $15 buy-in. That's the real life money equivalent of the buy-in. And you convert gems, which are cash. So cash converts to gems. Gems converts to things you can play. You convert your gems into a limited only resource, which is player draft tokens, which can only be used to fire off player drafts. And the break even is there. 3 wins is even. No, not $15 per day, $15 per event. So if you play this event multiple times, it's much more expensive. The break even's 3 wins. Ahead is 5 wins. Forget the packs. The packs are very, very, very low value. For me, every 10 packs is $1, right? So packs are almost meaningless. Keeping drafted cards is also meaningless. We don't play standard, so meaningless. So what we need to do for this event to be profitable for us is to hit 5 wins. For it to be very profitable, we need to hit 6 wins, and we always need to hit 3 wins. So yeah, we want to farm as many newbies as possible. That's what this event is about. It's about punishing people who play casually. Now, this is WotC making these fucking formats up, not me. So, yep, we wish to beat a toddler. Then we'll take on a middle schooler. Then we want to take on 2 toddlers at once. And then I want to fight a whole like classroom of middle schoolers, but I want to tank. Can't keep it. Have to keep it, but it's a punish. Start playing standard. No, I don't want to play and we net deck together. Why do noobs participate in this event? Because they're noobs. Definitionally answered. Can you buy in with draft tokens? You cannot. You can only buy in with gems or gold here, and it's twice as expensive as normal. No green mana here really hurts. Opponent has had a 1-2-3 play. This card is not playable in this format, but is nevertheless in opponent's deck. Looking finally. It's not even the state of standard right now. I think there can be fun in standard, but the problem for me is that I think the entire concept of standard is super outdated, because it was basically a concept based around card rarity, card scarcity, and yeah, I think I'm fine with this. Card scarcity and imperfect information about how the things played together. When you build these systems of gaming where it's like 1 million players playing it all the time, then I don't think you run into a format where I don't think you run into a system that really works for an interesting gameplay experience. It's just like the net deck of the moment, with faster and faster standard rotations being necessary. Thank you, Offbeat Grunge, for the 7 months. Attack broadcast a trick. I'm not willing to give up Hauler for a trick right now. I can block later when I have Silver Bolt out. I think this is double spell over Sentry plus sighting, or Sentry plus hold up bolt rather. I think there's lots of individual room for skill in playing the decks once you've played the decks, once you've created them. But I also think individual skill in Magic the Gathering is almost always secondary to card draw luck, in the sense of, yes, the greatest player in the world still loses with unlucky hands, and the worst player in the world still wins with lucky hands. So I think the impact of luck on this game is higher than the impact of skill. I think skill matters in this game. I think it's one of the highest skill cap games that I play too, which is really nice. So this is a combat trick that does not protect 1/1s versus this. So here I think we're okay trading our 4/4 for a combat trick. Actually getting stupid amounts of value out of this Bramble armor right now, which is ridiculous. 3/2 first strike. All right. This is Sunday morning. Weekends with a higher play count. And we're deliberately playing an event like this, so yep. Made it night for me, I appreciate that. This feels like defensive trick. Wow, they actually played their Blessed Defiance though. Bird Admirer is a really good blocker here though. I'm not blocking with the 3-1, it's not blockable by them. Is this swing all? I think this is swing all. Why did he not swap back? Because he doesn't get to just swap back. It requires double spells. I actually prefer Magic the Gathering at not the highest levels of gameplay. Because what it lets me do is it lets me play around, it lets me outplay my opponents to make up for worse draw luck. Sometimes it results in super one-sided stuff. Lots of times it lets me results in letting me beat worse players, which is nice. Just lost my ability to Silver Bolt, which was an accident. So now I get punished by the trick that I can't protect against. I don't have to block here. But let's say it's just the human pump spell, which is very likely. Can I take the damage? I think I can. What's the crackback look like? I think I'm taking this. No, opponent didn't forget reach. Opponent's played fine despite having Bramble Armor in deck. And they've represented the same trick for the same number. I mean, I guess that's not true. They did Blessed Defiance at one point, right? Okay, so here we're swinging out. Is there one off lethal? I can only do 5 from burn to the face. All right, so we're in actually good shape here. If I were at 5 health, I'd have to do something differently. But here I think we're fine, right? So even if it's top deck removal and then the +2/+2 human pump spell, right? Then we're still fine. Because we can take 5 and not die. So if they remove my Shredder and attack, I take 5. The minute he casts the spell, I activate the bolt, we're good. So I think we're actually in good shape here. My height for Darkest Dungeon 2? Sure am, man. Sure am. Ooh, I guess this is actually a misblock. Because if he did top deck second pump spell here, I do get punished. How? Onboard trick, by the way. This is lethal. I just lost the double pump spells. Uh-oh. Fuck me. Wow. Chat. Wow. So remember, I mean, it's interesting that it mattered, but like, remember when I just told you it was a misblock because the second spell protects it? That's the punish. That's the punish, the top deck there. Fuck. That's so painful. All right. Oh no, to lose that there, that's so bad for us. All right. Oh, that's a tilter. Okay. I know, never not punished. Played around the removal. 1 damage off killing him. Didn't have to remove the creature. Could have been fine with blocks. Blocked wrong. I just did the value block. I'm like, the 2/1 first striker is definitely more annoying, providing ward. Opponent played fine, annoyingly. I think we do want some more Neonates. Rush seem very good versus them. I think Admirer is quite good versus them too. Instant spells are fine too. They have a lot of pump spells, like too many. I think Mentor a little less good. I fucking hate Famishers versus their board. Punished for bad feels bad. Go. We could bring in Lantern for hating their stuff too. Go. Filthy should have let the enchantment resolve and shoot it. No. The creature is a 3/2. If I let their enchantment resolve, it now has 4 toughness and I can't kill it. So if you want a backseat. But you're wrong. The problem is I blocked the wrong creature. I need to block the creature with 1 toughness. It makes it a werewolf. Does it? Can I get the text in that card? I don't think it makes it a werewolf. I'm pretty sure it untaps it if it is a werewolf. I'm almost certain it doesn't make it a werewolf. Dude, are we going to mulligan again? I guess we are. Okay. That would have been an interesting interaction if that were true, but it isn't true, so. All right, never not punish. So opponent 1 drop, us mulligan. It always gets vigilant. It has nothing to do with whether or not it has vigilance. If it's a werewolf, if it has vigilance. So the way that thing is, it's +2/+2. It untaps it if it's a wolf or a werewolf. It gives the creature vigilance permanent, and it's a +2/+2 counter permanent, or +2/+2 stat effect permanently. Okay. This is a pump spell. It's also a free roll attack, so it doesn't have to be a pump spell. We're always blocking here. Opponent runs so many combat tricks. It's absolutely insane. You were dead by 1 because you overkilled by 1? No. Chat, come on. Think through it, right? The reason why... So, if I block the 2/1, I can let the Werewolf's Howl resolve. That gives him to 3 toughness, and the bolt still kills it. The problem was 4 toughness. Nothing else. So I blocked the wrong card and got punished for it. Now, I was just talking about how I like to see Magic punishing noobs. I played wrong and got punished for it. He had to top deck exactly that series of cards, but I was considering him top decking exactly that series of cards, and it still wasn't good enough, and I still didn't play around it. And this is Magic heuristics, right? In general, block the more valuable creature because you want the more valuable creature to die, but that changes when you're protecting life total. One spell keeps it night, which is fine. We're flooded a bit, but that's why I like Revelation. Do I even care? I think I do. All right, but the problem is we should have been done with this match, and now we have to go to game 3. And the problem with game 3 is A, they're going first, and B, we can always get land fucked. Farmers always overperform. They're one of the best. They may be the best green common. They certainly perform in all the decks that you want to play them in. They help smooth your deck. They help generate value. They are decent ground blockers. They help fix color splashes. They're just by and large a very powerful card. All right. I mean, this is the definition of a flood. I hope we get there. We're going second. We're not passing this, dude. The guy has had Snarling Wolf on turn 1 every single fucking game. That's 3 in a row. How many of these things are you running? Ugh. I don't want to get cheated out of my game. I will get cheated out of my game here too, sadly. I am getting scammed. One, two, three, 4. Perfect fucking mana saturation, as per always. So I'm telling you, any given game of Magic, you can just lose. So I'm committing to taking 8 before we start. Really not happy about this. God, this is going to be the game that sticks with me all day. Some of the time here we get a flip on Bird Admirer because they don't have a second spell. Slow down, opponent. Slow down. Full mana saturation every single fucking turn. Holy shit. This is the event where you get tokens. What are you talking about? Main phase is to switch back. Dude, fuck off. Fuck off with double land draws there. So I take 4 best case top deck lands. Dude, this is not. I mean, we're just getting, this is perfect curve opponent. You can lose to any idiot in Magic with a perfect curve. It's just how it works out. I can't not block these, so it's this and that. I need to draw some of the value cards in my deck. Remember, opponent top decking. He could have top decked a trick. Of course he top decked a fucking trick. Oh my god. A trick that draws him another trick. Meanwhile... Unreal, man. You just fucking play this and you just want to punch the computer. I mean, this is on us. We didn't have to go to game 3. We could have just not gone to game 3. That's a much better attack, sadly. Can I take 6? No. Yeah, you're a gamer, bro. I know. You drew the trick on 6 mana. The trick drew you another card. You never have to stop attacking. You fucking god. I can't get enough creatures out. We're going to die to this. 5, 8, 9... So this is 7. I have 9. So I can run out Shadow Beast Sighting and hold up Duel. It's block, block, fight the 2/4. Take 3, go to 1. Other play is this. Bolt, activate is no good. Yeah, I know. He's still at 100% mana saturation for the entire fucking game. It's so stupid. He solved the puzzle. Can't even get a blowout with Duel here because I can't get the +1/+1 because I don't have a third creature. I'm going to die to the overrun effect of all the 1/1s. This is 11 lands. Fuck me. This literally comes down to that first game. The block on the single wrong target with the opponent top decking like the god that the opponent is. You're a god opponent and you've done it. You're literally the best gamer ever to play the game of Magic. You've done it by drawing the cards you need in a row, going first. Fuck, I hate Magic sometimes, man. Fuck, that sucks. Go first, draw the cards you need. When you run out of cards, just draw them off the top. You draw 1 per turn, you can just draw the one you want off the top. And if the card off the top draws you another card while impacting the board, like there were two turns that entire game I had a decision. The first turn was the turn where I could have taken more 1/1. I could have not chumped the 4/4 and gone to, I think it was 2 with 5 tokens in play to get a value block. I don't think that ever works. I think we're always dead from there. Holy fuck, I hate Magic sometimes. Like every time. Because it makes all the rest of our games sudden death, right? Where were you 2 turns ago? I got like a full body rage effect going on right now, gotta say. Last opponent played fine. The cards in his deck are not fine. But he played much better than the previous opponent. So, I don't know. We misplayed. I didn't see an obvious misplay from them. I don't want to block this turn. This is a test. X is 3. They can technically stack zombie to keep it alive, but the card deals X plus 1 damage. So this is a reading comprehension test. That's annoying they passed. They don't have black mana open. It's interesting. I hate not drawing a card out of this. So we gained the information not to fear the trick off the Awakener too. The client doesn't put any pauses in, so he didn't have any active white source instance there. Oh. Left black mana open, so it's Rotten Reunion? Or I guess a follow-up Awakener? Crawl. That works too. Oh, I'm very tilted about the last sequence of games, man. It feels so bad. Can you stop? On 4 lands, I play all the lands. I see. Meanwhile, 8 lands, no problem. Number of playables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, I guess. He just gets Cathar back, right? With fucking Crawl. Do you have any good blocks on the 4/4? He doesn't. Can I swing? I guess. I know, it's so boring, isn't it? This is the problem with fucking Magic. It's always this. It's always, oh, how's your game? Well, my game is defined by the fact I'm flooding at an unbelievable amount of flooding. You should cut a land, Filthy. Oh, then you want to play Screw Magic. Meanwhile, opponent will hit the perfect amount of spells and fucking land sources. God, I hate Magic. I hate it. Okay, I lost. Fuck, I screwed that up. I forgot about Flesh Taker sack. Shit. Should have killed it on their turn. The thought was I didn't want the mask going to a different target. So to prevent that, you need to kill it post-attack. But I totally forgot about fucking Flesh Taker. But if he sacks it to Flesh Taker, it does die. Which is the problem. Yeah, we just gave him too much extra life. So my expectation was he was gonna... Fuck, it's just not good for me. That one might have been winnable. I don't know if that was better. I mean, his plays get really simple when I simplify it for him. Is there a lethal line here? No. Any target I target with burn gets sacked to Flesh Taker, so he doesn't take the burn damage. He's not dead on board. So no, there's no lethal line here. There might be eventually. I gotta stop him lifelinking off that mask. Like right now. All right, so now the okay, so it goes to 10. Let's give him his scry. Problem is a land gets him Crawl plus Brutal Cathar. I think we lose from here 100% of the time. I don't see how we win. So he eats Farmer, which is kind of whatever. So our hope is that he can't afford to re-equip Mask, but I don't know. hard card to beat if you don't have the tempo. He's already gained 6 life off of it. It's a good draw. Also a good draw. Did I ever attack just the sentry here? I mean, the plan he's gonna do is maybe it's just the 4/4. I don't really want to give up sentry on this board. Because he's going to chump block, say with zombie probably, but could be witch. The 4/4, and then sack to the flesh taker. He never blocks with flesh taker here though. So if I do it the other way, we remove flesh taker. He doesn't take any damage. He can draw the cards. Is that good enough? Maybe it's okay. No, but he blocks the sentry. Oh, I see the pre-sack on the sentry. That's true. You're right, because to declare the blocker, he has to pre-sack. In which case, he's losing both of his 2/2s instead of 1. I was thinking I got no value out of swinging both. So I might as well just swing the 1, but I think you're right. Because I do get value out of that. Yeah, it's close. I wonder if I should have swung the other 1/1 here as well then. Takes it. What a fucking champion. Okay. I'm really surprised he chose to draw there. I guess he just like sweepers me or something. We've already seen 2 on color rares with the Brutal Cathar and the Mask. Let's hope there's not also a sweeper. Fuck you. Got 1 value card in my deck. I have the counter to your value card. He was so confident with that play too. Like, I'm really, you start with emptying. Okay. All right. Immolation seems great versus his deck. There's like an infinite number of targets. I think we lose long-term value games versus him, so I'm not actually convinced mentors are all that good for us. Do we see targets for Rush? Just a 1. Feels like instant speed interaction versus that mask is nice. He had graveyard stuff. I wouldn't mind my graveyard hate. I don't know if we can beat mask. We can run raise. Just we don't want to convert too much of our deck to being bad. On the draw. I don't think I can beat that artifact is the problem. Like, we tempoed it. That's how you normally beat that artifact, but I'm not sure I can regularly tempo that artifact. Fucking things is at least an instant. Duel maybe not great in here. We played Ants yet? No. We haven't drawn Ants in any relevant situation yet. I don't think we've drawn Ants at all yet. Yeah, it's tough to say if you... Sideboarding in a bunch of artifact hate versus a single artifact is not always the best play, but the +2/+2 as an attacker is okay for us too. I mean, this is the type of hand we don't want to see, but here we are. Need to draw the card next turn anyways, so he can't cast it. Might as well get my graveyard value. Of course, we're color screwed. Why wouldn't we be? Okay. Attack me? Do it. Do it, coward. Splashing, why wouldn't he be? Bummer. I don't understand the block. 20. Ah. It's another rare, of course. Ah! Okay. Another mountain. Such a fucking troll game. Remember when we cut a mountain this game before launching into it? I remember. Are we playing a game of Magic? Well, you're fighting your deck for resources. Does that count? I cut a mountain, dude. I didn't cut a forest. So don't give me this shit. No resources to play the game right now. Can't double spell. I can kill the sentry, but this card in the graveyard is actually scary for me as well. I get shocked. I mean, the opponents must be doing the same thing. They must also be fighting their decks to the same degree that we are to actually play the game. But it never feels like it. It always feels like the games that I get matched up into are where I have maximum fight with my deck, my opponents have minimum fight with their deck, and then we alternate games, we get to play that. Plays out full hand, doesn't bluff. Nice, okay. I mean, I'm getting pretty fucking close to dead, right? There's too many targets I have to kill. I haven't had resources to play the game yet. We're at 6 lands right now. I guess it's Mentor and get rid of that Savior. Opponent's flooding. It's not going to matter. There's too much tempo on the board right now. Like, great. Yes, maybe. I mean, maybe, but like... He plays counter magic here. I commit to taking 2 doing this as opposed to just 3 if I remove the fucking thing. I do need it dead. Putting it in his graveyard is not necessarily good for me. We know he runs a crawl from the cellar. I could just mana saturate off of the Mentor, which sets up for much better attacks long term. Also utilizes green mana. Really strong card. Doesn't change the clock much at all though, Silver, right? Because the problem is, if I, on this board, Traveler has Menace, right? So if I just shoot the Savior, I take 2 off the Traveler anyways. So I've only saved 1 damage that turn. That's a card. Currently what day? It's currently day. I can block the Scoundrel. Can block the... One off. If we can survive, we probably win from this position. I'm much more interested in burning the Accursed, the Savior, so it can't come back. Scared of this board. I don't want to take more damage. So mana inefficient to burn the Accursed here. It's just on defense. It's just when he attacks that the -1/-1 occurs. I just need fucking time here. I just need time. Give me time. Looking better after that attack, Silver, I agree. Because that attack was really passive. I just was thinking, I bet you we just top decks a Diagraph Horde here. Okay, buddy. What a game. What a gamer.
Off the top, I eat 2 of your graveyard cards.
Fucking gamer. Come on, gamer. What's next?
I add 2 more creatures to my board that tap your creatures.
I hate him so much right now. Alright, land was really good when I had cards in my graveyard. It got a lot worse here. Now he's bold with the attacks. Scary. So this is Startle, probably. I can't play around Startle, so it doesn't really matter. Land here's good. Dude, I was just thinking, don't top deck mask for one turn, because I just need one turn to get Raze back online. Are we dead to mask pump? We're at 1? Fucking hell, man. This guy is... His top decks are just not fucking around. Needed one turn for him not to have mask. One turn. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm not advocating anyone play Magic. Opponent says, I gain. I draw 2 cards. Filthy. How do you feel about the fact that you need 1 mana open that you've had open 6 turns in a row, but this turn you didn't have it, and I drew the card and cast it and hit you for 2 and drew 2? Gamer. More than welcome to laugh at my pain if I'm protecting half of chat from having to play this game. You're like, I know, goddamn. Dude, this guy, your top decks are fucking incredible, friend. I generate 2 bodies for my Flesh Taker. I draw my mask. So what do we lose? 4 cards from his top deck there? Because we don't have 1 mana up, he draws 2 and gets to our graveyard? Unreal, right? You think this is over the top salt for this shit? Well, I don't think any human being can experience play like this and not have some salt. I just don't think it's possible. Dude, I know my red card. Oh my god. Don't backseat though, bro. Like I get that this card kills artifacts. I get that because I put it in here. I picked it because it was best of 3. And I put it in the deck in this matchup to kill that card. And last turn, I spoke multiple times about how frustrated I was that I didn't have 1 mana to kill it on that turn. So yes, I am well aware that it kills that card. Thank you for bringing that up. Wait for him to attack. Does it change anything? No. Does it lose flying if I kill it in response? I think it does, right? All right. That's a misplay on my part. Somehow missed the fact he could sack it. Yep. Yep, that's me. Let's not make any more of these punts. This card, you don't see it that often, and I've misplayed around it twice in 2 games, which always feels so bad. can make this a 10-10. I don't want to triple. I want to leave the ability to mentor. If I lose the 2-3, I lose the ability to mentor. I guess I have a Stormseeker in hand, but... He's got removal. It doesn't matter which one I pump. It's currently night. They're both ground creatures. Makes no difference. We'll play it here. He can pump out of the graveyard with Rotten Reunion. But I still get it unless he sacks one of his creatures here. And he also forgot to burn me. I guess maybe he doesn't want to burn with Siege Zombie. But I'm still killing the Flesh Ticker right now. So I assume he eats zombie here, so... Can we kill him on the crackback? No. Maybe we should have put all of them in front. I knew he could make it a 10-10. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 and 3 is 9. $16 if he didn't block anything. 9, 10, 11. 14 rather. I'm still being the defender. Oh, come on, man.
I top deck another rare. My rare adds power to the board and removes your blockers. I top deck a card that draws another card.
Nice, gamer. Keep going, gamer. I really don't want to play this deck again. Fuck you, Chad. Fuck you, Chad.
I top deck a card that draws me a card.
Promise if he can make it day now, fucking dude eats another one of my guys. Yeah, we're setting up to kill him. We got cards in our deck that still win the game. We have Light Up the Night in our deck, which goes face. I so don't want to have to play this deck again. It's so full of rares. Okay. Pretty close to dead here.
I top deck removal.
So let me get this straight. You were at 0 cards and you drew creature that is removal. That's consistent removal. 2 more cards that drew you a card, then a removal piece. Nice. I'll top deck a land. How do you feel about that, opponent? All right, our top decks are Burn the Accursed is good for us. Farmer's not very good for us. Elementalist is very good for us. Light Up the Stage is a win. Light Up the Night is a win. I don't think we win from here. We haven't seen his Crawl from the Cellar yet, which he has. So he's got a fuck ton of value out of that. Nice. All right, can he activate that? Of course he can activate that. He just pre-combat sacks a dude. Top deck removal again. Gamer. Keeps it on top. Gamer. It's a first striker. Can't block it anymore. Come on, Light Up the Night. Come on. Those are really good attacks. Can't do anything about it. If I put 5 in front, he has to sack 1. It still doesn't matter, so it's just a chump. Come on, you piece of shit game. Fuck you. 3 in a row from this board state. We're dead here always? Yeah, we're dead here always. Okay, we have to go to game 3 for this shit. I mean, at least that happened. Let's see. What were your top decks, opponent? Diregraph Horde into Mask into Removal, Brutal Cathar, double fucking Captain into another removal into Flesh Taker. Oh, okay. Filthy, how are your draws? I mean, less exciting than that, but they were great. I got Mountain Forest. Fuck, that game sucked. Are we ever going to have a wide enough board to duel? Kind of need instant interaction versus him. I mean, we can so easily lose versus that deck. So fucking easily. There's so many good cards in that deck. Oh, look, it's a land screw. Nice. Should I mulligan? Can't play Plummet versus that deck. It doesn't do anything. Of course. Remember, again, 9 forests, 9 green sources in this deck. This is what I fucking despise about Magic. Despise this. This is so bad. In a roughly equal resource state, opponent will fix that for you. Don't worry. Yes, Sun Gold Barrage. His sideboard paying off. We get punished. Don't have any plays. Don't have any answers. Can't do anything. Can't play my cards because Magic.
I play on curve. 2, 3, 4. My 4 drops a 5/5.
Fuck you. So now, okay, so chat, we don't even go even. We don't even break even on the draft cost from this. Like, how do I come back from this now? I'm not given the resources to play the game. I've had 2 color screws in a row versus the same fucking opponent with this deck with 9 sources of green. It isn't possible to play these games. Like, this is just a loss. It's a loss handed to me on a plate, and I just get to lose from it. How many of our opponents have color or mana screwed in the matches we played, and how many have we had? Oh, it's removal. It's a creature and removal. Good game. You outplayed us. You beat us with your mind. Why not mulligan? All right, have you said anything in chat? You're about this close to getting banned because there's a cost to mulliganing, you dumb shit. Imagine if I could just mulligan and have 7 cards back and I could fix my hand. Would I do that? Probably would do that. So why not mulligan becomes the dumbest fucking question ever. Yeah, thank God you didn't ask that question as well, because you probably thought about it for 1 more second before you typed the comment, you know? Like, Jesus Christ. All right, 1 and 2 with that deck. Why not mulligan? Why not think? Why not engage with your brain slightly with the content being presented? Why not mulligan? Because we're on the draw with 9 sources of green with 2 lands in hand and a totally playable hand if we draw green within 3 turns. It took us 4 turns. That's why not mulligan, because there's a huge, huge rate. You drop something like 20% on average, your chance to win mulliganing, and your base rate for winning is like somewhere on the high end of 65. So you go from like the very best players in the world playing draft regularly, something like a 65% win rate, into a 45% win rate. Like, why not mulligan? Because it really hurts your game plan to mulligan. I mean, why not draw better? It was not even an insanely risky hand. I had a 3-drop that was playable. If he doesn't have an immediate answer for it, it can hold down the board a little bit. Have time to buy green. I've got plenty of red cards if I can draw them. So if we draw red cards, we can play them. If we draw green mana, we can play our whole hand. If we don't, I mean, the only way we get absolutely fucked there is exactly what happened again. And it's the type of comment that I'm going to drop it after this. We're going to draft again. I guess we're going to pour more money into WotC's scam factory here. Oh, man. Like, the thing that triggers me most about the comment is the lack of empathy for another human being there, right? It's the inability to even engage slightly with the fact that I might also have been using my brain there. So the comment is a combination of lazy, they didn't think through the process, kind of vindictive, kind of the joy of watching someone get punished and then suggesting that they had done something wrong by doing that, and then the repetition by which it occurs. Like, those 3 things for a streamer is what gets me about a comment like that, right? It's like, no shit. Anyway, I'm gonna drop it. We'll go draft again, punch someone in the fucking head. I tried Storybook Brawl. I haven't tried Storybook Brawl. Could do sponsored content now. I was thinking I would play a little bit more of this. I generally like best of 3. And I mean, honestly, we lost 2 matches. In both those matches, we made mistakes. The first match, I mean, to be fair, in each of those matches that we lost, 1 game was just not a game, right? We played, first game was a game in each of them. Second game, we screwed out both games. And then third game, we screwed out, I guess. And second game, there was a tight punt in both games, right? We blocked the 3-2 flyer as opposed to the 2-1 flyer. Other way around. We blocked the 2-1 flyer as opposed to the 3-2 flyer and died for it. And then in that one, we missed interacting with the mask on the turn where he sacked for 2 extra card draw from that zombie. We could have done it our turn when he was tapped out, right? So both of those things are small, tight punts, and both of them were devastatingly impactful. Now, it's not like my opponents were playing like fucking gods either. They just were drawing like fucking gods. So it does seem insane that that's the difference. But that is the difference, right? The difference between winning and losing those. All right, I'm gonna engage with your follow-up, Karth, right? I'm gonna engage with this comment. Let's engage with this, right? This is the comment I'm engaging with, and I'll engage with this once, and I'll try to do it as gently as possible before moving on with this. All right, you asked the question on the basis that you might indeed have had more insight and thought about it. I did. You were genuinely interested in the answer. Instead, you got called a piece of shit and blamed for any lack of empathy towards a human being, which is both ironic and one hell of an overreaction. Not an overreaction. I deal with that type of comment all the time, often in troll, often from people who are paying zero attention and second guessing me. 2, think about that. Let's talk about the empathy thing. I just had a very bad beat. In fact, I just had a series of very bad beats in a row in a game that the thing I hate about it most is the variance. And I've got you posting a comment that, let's be absolutely as generous as we can, an ambiguously hostile comment. That's as generous as we can possibly make with that comment. And you put zero effort into putting any sort of being like, man, that sucks. What would have happened if you had mulligan? Think about that for a different type of response. Or, Filthy, I know that was rough. Can you talk to me about your decision not to mulligan? At least then I can engage with it as a explain it to me kind of question, as opposed to a backseaty question. So I don't know what to tell you, man. I look for sub armor. Sub armor means a lot in this channel. My general emphasis is people who go out of their way to support my channel. I generally give more of the benefit of the doubt. I try to check comments by and large before I shout at someone. But when it's a fucking bad beat moment and I got some guy who's giving me the most inane, backseaty comment with the minimal amount of thought behind it and zero empathy for me, then there's a very strong chance that I interpret that exactly how it was likely intended. Right? So here we are. All right. Do we draft another one of these, or do I punch a wall and go move on? Ugh. All right. Well, if it's a misunderstanding and it wasn't, and your intention was literally informative, try to work on how you asked that. And I, again, will try to be... I would try to remind myself that although I generally interpret ambiguous as hostile, it's not always intended that way. My apologies for going down your throat there a little bit, but anyways, hopefully you understand why it could have occurred that way. Thank you, Hendu, for the sub.
I see we're having fun this morning.
Yeah, we're playing Magic. We always have fun. And thank you, Kurt, for the resub as well. Welcome back, guys. Okay. I don't think this set is any worse than other sets for RNG variants, right? I don't think so. I just think this is almost always the case in Magic. It's just doubly brutal when all the variance comes down on against you. Like, fuck me. Oh, I like red green in this set. I think it's probably my, I don't know. If I had to go through, how many color pairs are there? I don't even know. I can't even think right now. 25? Is that right? Can't be right. Is it 5 squared for color pairs? Or is it, I can't remember the math to do it right now. It's 10? Is it only 10?
You have returned.
Thank you, Francesco. Of 10, I think red green is probably about halfway if I look at it that way. 4 plus, that's how, is it, it's 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1? Oh, I see. So it's n minus 1 factorial, and it's factorial n minus 1 for that then. I think it's more than 12% Zenhan. I think it's closer to 20. Ugh. It's so hard to make me, I don't know. I don't know if I want to draft that again. Like, I'm not playing this for a reason, which is that I love playing with the new cards. I love deck building. I love the decision making in Magic, and I hate the variants, especially the land variants. I mean, think about any of those turns slightly differently. If I get 1 extra round of casting from the graveyard, 2 extra rounds from casting from the graveyard before Diagraph, we probably win that. If I hit the artifact before the first sack or before the second sack, I probably win that. If he doesn't draw like a fucking demon at the end of that with just back to back to back to back gas, we probably win that. I agree. I think land is a terrible game design, and I think it is always going to be part of Magic. And every time I go to a game with less variance in Magic, I'm always happier about it. It's like, how many days of Rogue Lords did we play without like me getting particularly angry at the game at all? Like occasionally I get annoyed with the interface in that game because it hides information, or it doesn't clearly portray information, but it's such a different experience.
Fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Shardius Bluff, thanks for the sub. I like Magic by and large. I like lots of things about Magic. And this is the clearest case of ambiguous to me. The second meaning of ambiguous, not the one we were talking about a second ago, where you have both strong positive and strong negative feelings towards something. And the combination, and like I have probably stronger positive feelings towards Magic than negative, but bad. Boy, are the fucking lows in this game bad. Yeah, I mean, my complaint is always the same with games, especially multiplayer games. I want to start from a position of roughly equal standing to my opponents and have roughly equal resources to play the game with. That's always my goal in any competitive game at all. This pack is very weak. The best card in the pack is Frenzy or Revenge of the Drowned. Then it's like a tier down, and it's like a Liberator and Trapper. Another kind of medium pack. Best card in the pack is Eaten Alive or Awakener. Maybe flip the switch. Carriage is fine, but not exceptional. I liked our red-green deck. I felt like, and honestly, like maybe we could have won those games if I'd played better. Maybe. I think here I take Farmer over Zombie. Could also be Falcon Abomination. Falcon Abomination plays really nicely with Eaten Alive. Probably just keep cutting the blue. Oh, I have that rant all too often. That experience all too often. And it's like there is a mode of Magic that protects your mana much better. And that's Standard. But the problem with Standard is just a net deck fest. And even there, like, I watch Crokies from time to time. And even there, it's just like, there's just games where it's like he doesn't play the game at all because he just doesn't get to play cards and have resources relatively equal to his opponent. Second Eaten Alive. Search Party Captain and a Silver Bolt. Yeah. Our net decks that people find online that are optimized. I talked about this earlier, right? The issue right now, there's no black or blue cards in this pack, so we'll take the white-blue card. Not necessarily playing black, white, or blue yet. It's just, again, I feel like Magic's forget the resource system of Magic, which is shit, but let's move on for a second and look at the actual game loop for set deck building and playing. It's based on a pack opening rarity system and a less than perfect communication system, right? The basic idea of it is you're looking for the combinations of cards that are powerful, and in a world where you can only play like a relatively limited number of matches by something like running up to your local gaming shop or competing in paper tournaments that happen, whatever it is for their frequency, you really trying to draft while talking. You I'm gonna take Revenge over Veteran. We're probably moving into blue-black here from this. That whole system falls apart with A, wild cards and no rarity mattering in the online client, and B, being able to jam thousands and thousands of matches with millions and millions of people, or however many people play the fucking game, right? So, and what that does for me for Standard is it solves Standard faster. And when there are new ideas that pop up in Standard, they get refined like that, right? Because the first time an interesting deck comes out that's not the same old boring shit that you're playing, 20,000 people jump on it, and those 20,000 people are tweaking it slightly here and there, and then that deck becomes nearly optimized as quickly as it's discovered, essentially, right? And then you're all waiting for the next set. And that's just the Magic Loop. And I don't think the Magic Loop has scaled very well for this timing, right? Like for the online age. So really unexciting pack. I mean, there's good cards in here. The deck will probably be fine. It's just really boring. I really liked our last deck quite a bit more. Yeah. White sideboard, not wrong. We might still be white. This card is a lot more fun than Organ Hoarder. I hate blue-black in this set. It's so dull. I need 2-drops. I don't have one. 2/3 is a fine body. This card is occasionally okay if you can make it fly. It's just investing mana in this card in this meta just never works. It's the problem. So I think this is Organ Hoarder and be really sad about the fact that I will not be playing the fun rare. I think this is 2nd Falcon Abomination over 3rd Revenge right now. I don't hate a Phantom Carriage. We ever white here? Eaten Alives aren't that exciting. Would I take Zombie? I don't think I'd take Beggar over Abomination either, though. Could be First Carriage, too. But I think it's going to be Abomination. We're very blue-black zombie matters. Welcome to the fucking meta. Take Flip the Switch. This is a little bit less clear. The card I probably want to play most with the cards I picked up thus far is actually the white card. The Griff. Could be Geist Wave if we think we're going to be blue. It's not very exciting to be. Close for me. It's a Crawl, which is very good for the Falcon Abominations. Probably better. I don't think very much of Blood Thief. It's okay in our deck, but we have a bunch of 3-drops and not a lot of Vampire, so basically it only grows itself. We have a bunch of better 3-drops already. Grab Crawl here. Occultist is a very weak 2-drop. I have no self-sack effects yet, so it's unlikely that I get any value out of that. I'll play a Secrets. Oh, sometimes play a Devious Cover-Up. We need some of the black-blue zombie payoff cards, like Larder Zombies and Siege Zombies and that kind of shit right now. This could just be Jack-o'-lantern here. Evasive Flash Flyer, Drain Creature. Looks like white's pretty open. I think Outlaws are better for this deck than Zombies, so I'll grab another one. We need 2-drops very badly. And a couple other ways to force through damage would be nice. Yeah, not super strong packs. We're playing probably a contested color combination, sadly. We would have loved to have moved into white, but got stuck in by these Eaten Alives. We're going to be playing the world's least interesting, grindy, blue-black zombie deck. So I stopped playing this set. No, we didn't see strong white cards, although we did see deep white sideboard cards. The only indication that white was open was that Graphkeeper followed by that Beggar. But I am a little concerned here. So that's a 2-drop. It can't block. We're not really a Sifter deck, though. We have 0 flashback cards right now, so Sifter gets a lot less good. Okay. The problem is we're going to end up being this blue-black deck that requires we be on the aggression, because Falcon Abominations don't block for shit. Outlaws want you attacking. Strangler can't block. Card's a lot less good when you can't build things out of your graveyard. I mean, this is just commons, right? Common, 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 one uncommon, common, 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 common. I mean, welcome to the misery. The fun cards are Tamer and Socialite. They're both very fun. We actually really need a Larder Zombie. Do we wheel a Larder Zombie? It's actually really important for this deck. Third, Falcon Abomination is very good for us too. It's tough. Okay, never punished. Almost missed the Siege Zombie. All right. Fun card. We'll be ignoring it. Third Revenge, second Siege Zombie. I think it's second Siege Zombie for curve. Union's got a little bit better. Gaze isn't playable in this deck. Second Socialite, but of course pack 3. Take a Startle. Incidental Zombie Generation is very good for us. It's a super late blue-black pack. Abomination, Wrangler, Crawl from Cellar. Here it's Wrangler. We'd love another Falcon Abomination, but we can't pass a Wrangler. Take this for sideboard. I think this deck will play Amalgam. It's a good finisher, good blocker for us. Are we anywhere near done? We're 1 off. Great. All right. No Dire Hordes are a little bit rough. Sideboard's pretty weak. Deck is a million times less interesting than our last deck. I think this is a 16 lander. Only 2 5-drops. What are we putting in? Hobbling Zombie, probably. I don't like Menace Werewolf. It's a low tier playable. Do we cut a land with this? How do we utilize mana? Crawl. Okay. We have enough interaction with 2 Eaten Alives, a Geist Wave, and triple Revenge. I think we do. It's probably Zombie over No Way Out. Something like that. Okay. I wish this deck was more fun. It's probably a more reliable deck than our last deck, but it does a lot less cool things, and the sideboard is a lot less interesting. So I can't really adapt the deck to the decks we're playing. I don't know. Am I just like? I mean, there were plays that I could have made better in the games that we lost, and those did seem to decide the matches. I mean, this is every hand. -1 match. Opponent, 1 drop. Filthy, misses land. Filthy misses land again. Filthy misses land again. So, to preemptively answer some questions, Startle's another card draw off any mana source in our deck. Forget digging deeper to actually play the game. If we ever draw a black source or a blue source, we have plenty of low-costed cards. Yeah, so I run 2 options here. We already mulliganed once. We can mulligan a second time going down to 5 cards, which is insane. We can attempt to draw some lands in the early game so we can play the game. And with all that out of the way, what we can do is show my opponent as much as my deck as possible before going to game 2 to make their sideboarding easier. If there's any interaction here, we'll leave the game. Look, it's the same guy drafting the same deck with the same fucking cards in it. All right. Chat, how would you like to respond differently to that game? I'm really hoping Darkest Dungeon 2 is great. We need to draw a land here, but I mean, welcome to the world. Gonna mulligan a two-lander. Hand smoothers off, correct. Well, not, I mean, yes. Think he ever trades Bat Whisperer for Siege Zombie? Maybe I should have I can't pre-combat the outlaw though. Maybe it should have been strangler pre-combat for 1 more damage. How is this even remotely a thought? This might be the turn to cash in zombies. Currently dead on board, right? All right, everything comes down to the next game. The next game is going to be who draws. Oh, wait, I'm going second. That's not great. Anything match up really poorly versus them? No. Maybe the 2-2, but probably not. It's an argument for being 17. There's always an argument for being 17. Do you mean 16 on the draw? On the draw, you tend to play less lands because you get more draw steps. So on the play, you tend to go down a land if you're gonna change your deck, you go down a land on the play, not the draw. It's probably the MVP of our deck, honestly. I assume this gets countered. Don't really care if it does. Every once in a while, opponent will just miss having a 3-drop. That does occur. Now, clearly not in this game, but and sometimes they don't even have Organ Hoarder every turn on 4, but this guy has all 3 games we've played, so it's lucky. Nice. The joys of going second. Too clunky here. Gotta hold flip and Rotten Reunion to generate the zombie. I don't have double black for Eaten Alive. Can't cast it right now. Can I unselect this card? I could actually use black mana there, but what you gonna do? What are we more scared of coming back? The Hoarder or the Wrangler? I think it's the Wrangler. Hoarder's bad, but Wrangler wins. Are we more scared of Zombie? Less lands on the play? No. It's more lands on the play, less lands on the draw. Geist Wave's too much value. I was gonna startle here, but Geist Wave is just too good, right? If I startle as well, it's kind of a bummer. So he did have the buyback, so I chose correctly to exile the card we wanted, but it's not going to matter because we're not going to be able to beat fucking this value train that keeps coming over here. Can't run Reunion the Giza that's out of the graveyard now too. Why does this seem like the exact line that was game one? Because the blue-black mirror is insanely boring, insanely similar, and opponent has hit the same cards essentially. So yeah, I don't disagree at all. Doesn't respect the mana at all. Already shown him a counter, plays it right in. He's just like, I'll just run it out. Sure, buddy. I think their last card is Geist Wave. It's always self-mill here, right? Amalgam is okay. Their life total is too high for it to be really good here. Nice opponent. Nice. Actually, would Larder Zombie have been free? What happens if I unsummon this? Where does this? Where does the Amalgam go? Graveyard. I don't think we can win from here. Guess we'll see. Hold on. That's 4 lands in a row on top. Nice. Problem is I have to fucking kill them from here. It's 7, so it can get countered either way. So. We don't have a second Eaten Alive. Oh, I'm sorry, Eaten Alive. Yep. Not Crawl. Yep. I have 1 land left and 11 cards. Need that card. Means I get Organ Hoarder value. Sucks. I'm not sure it's worth scrying anymore. Yeah, he'll draw extra. Because it goes from not on the battlefield to into the battlefield. So he will draw extra. It's very difficult to attack into this board with the guy holding a couple cards over there. No, it would have been nice to hit one of our 4 flyers before the final 7 cards in our deck or something. It's not worth a scry to do 1 damage. It's been worth that up till now. Whether or not it's worth it now, we'll have to see. Yeah. I mean, I just played 2 of my creatures last turn. 4 of my creatures are repeatable value if I don't attack with them. At some point, I may be up to alpha. That's true. We'll see when. I mean, he's going to play things this turn. Also down to 10 cards in my deck. Can't be chumped. That's the problem with that card. I mean, he's down to 1, right? So what is the attacks? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 block. 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. So 4 go through. It's 8 damage. She's dead, right? He has Fading Hope. I guess we're still fucked. So now we exile blocker. And then kill him. What do we exile here? Gizo or Behemoth? This is Behemoth, right? 7, 9, 11. We survive the crackback if we exile Behemoth. I don't like the pause, but Zombie gives him pause always. It's not necessarily GG here. Three blockers. 4, 8 attackers, right? 3 blockers. So 5 are going through. If he unsummons 1, he's still dead. Now it's GG. Go. What a fucking stupid game. Okay. I know, right? That's 1 win. I don't know what that card I just saw was. Larder Zombie doing insane work here. I mean, how many lands did we scry to the bin? I mean, we hit pockets of 4 lands in a row midway through that game, scrying 2 to 3 of them to the graveyard. I mean, there were decisions there too about what to bring back. I don't know. It's just such a less exciting game to me than the games we were playing with the red-green deck. There's Journey to Oblivion, I see. I have 8 blue sources. We're drawing. If we don't hit blue source, we're probably fucked. Do we mulligan? A 2-lander on the draw with a totally playable hand? Our black cards that we can play on only black mana of 2 Arrogant Outlaws, a Hobbling Zombie, Vengeful Strangler, Double Siege Zombie, Rotten Reunion. Probably keep this. You're not answering that question? Well, I think about our last game. Imagine our last game with 1 less card, right? This is limited. Resources really matter in limited. Literally limited stands for limited resources, right? So there's a playable card, but we need to hit land of any color, of course. You're at something like, I can't remember, we have a calculator in channel for it. To hit any land by turn 3 with 16, you're somewhere around like, I think it's 65, it might be 55, I can't remember exactly right now. To hit blue land, you're a little bit less, unfortunately. Yeah. You probably over mulligan, honestly, judging from your earlier comment taken in with the conversation we've had about that. You probably over mulligan because it costs you a fuck ton to mulligan, and it's not like you're seeing 7 new cards, but it's not necessarily a better hand, if you know what I mean. So Death Bonnet Sprout. I don't like this card in red-green. I mean, that card beats me. This is a major punish. Of course, it's 4th black land. Kept a 2-lander, drew 2 black lands. I mean, we got the same number of black and blue cards in hand. So now I make this a fucking 4/5 and pass the turn. Or I sack my Outlaw and 2-for-1 myself against Brigand. What do you guys want? I think the mulligan is less costly in best of 3 than best of 1. Why would that be true? Best of 1 protects you from with the draws, so you can have lower cards and still hit roughly the same lands. I'm gonna just casually 2-for-1 myself here. This is a scam. I could take it for a turn, but man. I need to hit blue lands. You'd never have guessed with a handful of blue cards. Best of 1 gives you the free mulligan, so your first mulligan is always a worse hand. Your opponent is less likely to mulligan. I'd have to really think about the logic for that. Here I'd really like to ambush the Stinger, but cheap blue interaction spells are bad for our hand. Swamp's useless, so it's this. Yeah, but hand smoother mulligan should be less costly in best of 1. Or you're saying because the opponent's hand is likely to be better, working with limited resources is worse? I'm not sure that changes anything. It's an interesting attack. A single pump spell does save the painter, but it saves it anyways, right? So I guess the worst one is Coven. Coven doesn't matter here because he doesn't draw the card. I think we're just blocking. I mean, it's clear he's got something. It's just a matter of what is the something. Because we have the 1 extra power and it's daytime, you can't like pump a different creature. I don't care about the Organ Hoarder like being alive. I just care about getting into this game. I'm sure you get it for each. We can't prove anything, Leet Slaxer, because they don't tell us, right? It's hidden information. They're changing the way in a game based on a fuck ton of math and a game where you're supposed to be outplaying your opponent. There is hidden information about changing percentages in the cards. That's probably the maximum punish card, right? Now, my thought was he doesn't have another one of those because there's already one in the graveyard, but this guy is full combat trick, go first fucking green-red Andy over here. So All right, another swamp somehow. Now remember, 1 in the graveyard. That's the 6 of our 8 swamps in 1 island. I mean, I don't really have options here, so. Yeah, I know. Not just punish, maximally punish. Not wrong. Not wrong. Drew the card, had double combat tricks. Anyways, so where are we talking through this? So we don't know is the answer. I expect that if it applies to the first hand, it probably applies to the second hand too. Mostly because it's already doing stuff with the cards following your draw, right? Is what we saw from the numbers released. Now the problem is they don't tell us. So there's some change to the way that draws occur, but we don't know what it is. Oh, really not happy about this. So if it's another pump spell, the outlaw block's no good. We can gang block Stinger. Gang block Stinger survives pump, but doesn't survive another spell. So this attack either says, I don't think it matters. I think we just block here. And like, yeah, okay, if they got like 12th combat trick and the first 4 cards of their deck on 4 land going first with a 1-drop, etc., then that's the life we're living. It can be anything. I mean, it could be Might of the Coven, could be Stolen Vitality. It could be Moonrager Slash. Here it's Neonate's Rush. Welcome to playing with less resources than your opponent for the entire fucking game again, you know? It's like, all right, so I can't double spell, amazingly. I don't want it to be night. The painter gets a lot scarier. So the most mana efficient play is Stormrider Spirit Pass. Opponent's still on 4 lands, still double spelling every single fucking turn. This is another trick with the Perforator attack. Just trying to play this game. It's all that we're trying to do here. We're just attempting to be part of this game. Still can't double spell somehow. Doesn't matter if I main phase it anymore. It's a 3/5 matter on this board. Kind of. It's slightly more mana efficient to do this. Can't block that fucking 3/4 though. Mills Island, Island, Island. Game is such a funny fucking game sometimes. Again, we haven't interacted with the opponent yet, right? We've had some decisions about blocks that have been punished or not punished as opposing to whatever the fucking opponent wishes to do. And we're just going to lose the game because we can't play an appropriate amount of resources to play the game. It's just so fucking frustrating. Oh, it's a 1-drop blue card that I can't play because I don't have blue resources anymore. Isn't that great? Everything is bad here. It's probably crawl and make the amalgam bigger, but it's really bad. I mean, we're going to lose to this garbage. Garbage it is. The guy starts with 4 lands, running 4 combat tricks in his opening 10 cards or something. Followed by, at the end of that, turns the corner and just draws creatures. Sick. Is that card even good for us? Maybe. I think it's fine. So it's main phase revenge here. You know, our life would be a lot easier if this card just hit a exile effect. Death Toucher, really relevant on this board. I don't know if I can respond to this or not. I assume I can, but I'm not sure. I cannot respond to that apparently, which is pretty fucking irritating. Shit, that means I can't block this turn. I just chumped this with Organ Hoarder. I actually need another island, but I can't draw it on this board. It's not good enough. Yes, I can't really have your team growing every single turn as you pass the turn into Nightfall, making your entire team grow again. It certainly is a problem for me. Thank you for reminding me. I don't want this card right now. Down to 13 cards in library. I need to draw some of my removal, which is not showing up right now. I only have 1 left. That's right, I forgot this was the game where we opened with swamp, 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 and had to sack one of our fucking cards for that. So we actually don't have a lot of removal here. Perfect. Already nightfall. Can double a spell on my turn to switch it back. It's not very exciting. Maybe this card makes it okay. I mean, I feel like a big attack here. We're probably just fucked though, right? 4/4, 3/2 chump. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's weird in this format. They do a lot of stuff. The only stuff that seems to target graveyard in this format is like Devious Cover Up. Everything else is just a card kind of deal, which isn't target, which cheats the whole fucking like system. It's really annoying. Nighttime again. we can't win this game, right? I have to kill them with Amalgam. It's a really good start. We have no more siege zombies. They're both in the graveyard. We've already used our graveyard recursion. It's Amalgam and Stormrider Spirit's gone too. Okay. Ten cards left in library. So this is the 6/5 maybe? Could be defend the Celestis would be the big blowout. I don't think I can play around that though. I mean, what am I going to do? Slap another blocker on there and lose the second creature? No. Maybe that should be in graveyard. I don't know. Getting up to island. Actually, that's so bad because I can't cast any fucking spells here. Two, 4, 6, 8, 14. Jumps takes 4. I think this is swing all. It's only 7 on the crackback. 8, I guess. It's annoying. His last card is a flash creature, but oh well. Opponent chooses Amalgam, kills him next turn. Why? His thought was he'll top deck 4 damage. There's like 2 spells in the deck that do it. It's not one of them. All right, game 1. Cards look bad here. Strangler looks pretty bad. Okay. What a game. I just played a game where I was no way near, remotely close to equal resources for opponent. Right? Like, again, welcome to Magic, where you spend 99% of the time fighting your deck. Oh, look, we went from a color screw to a flood game. That's exciting. Going second, first play on 3. Can't give it up, though. We have 2 cards we can cast in both our mana sources. Some of the time we draw the appropriate amount of cards here. Opponent, mulliganing 1. That's a huge start for us. Oh, 6th land. Never in doubt. Gas. And by gas, I mean a non-land card at this stage in the game. Is opponent suffering a non-perfect draw? No. Opponent's just thinking of his options. This card is super fucking annoying. Shows up non-stop. There probably is Carnage Mantis, but no one tracks the information in a reliable way. 1 mana answer. Can anyone explain why he was slow playing his wolves? Another land. Can't block. These abominations might not be playable in this matchup. I know it's weird because I need flying damage to kill them, but Birdadmire kind of shits on my day. God, can I stop? I'm up to 9 lands. 8 lands. I'm up to 8 lands. So I'm going to what? Main phase of Stormrider Spirit? Otherwise it gets the full shift? Fucking hell. He hasn't even played anything useful, and I can't even play this game. Dude, no attacks there is so good for me. It makes no sense whatsoever. And I'm really excited by it. Also really excited to draw a non-land card. So we're always swinging Abomination. I think we're always swinging Stormrider Spirit too. He always bottoms the 1/4 too. Doesn't make any sense to me. Can't block. I mean, I could block, but I'm not going to. So this is... I mean, I can be dead to any number of pump spells. Seems weird he wouldn't have attacked last turn. Can we win the race here? So we get 3. So it's 5, 6, 12, 14. We're 1 off. No pumps. Can block again, kinda. Fuck, I don't know here. Killing Painter. That's all I know. I'm not even sure this is right. We know opponent runs a billion fucking pump spells. He's still on 4 mana. I mean, he's played out 12 cards or something on 4 mana. We're on double his mana. I knew you were gonna do this, you fucking prick. So I can get him for 1, brings him to 7 with the zombie ping here. We know he's going to spend mana. Is there any way to live here? Let's say it's just the 2+3+1s. No, we're always dead if it's the 2+3+1s. We're not playing around that. I don't know if it matters. If he double pumps those, it's 6. I don't know. There's too many things to play around with. He seems to have unlimited fucking gas. I have no more cards in hand that I need to kill him. And I can't die along the way. And he's made plays that make no sense whatsoever. Like, he's held open mana like 3 times with the wolves, didn't pump them again. It's a nice top deck. If we hit land there, I mean, my turn is insanely hard if I hit land there, because we have to set up to kill him the next turn. I don't know what the hell he did during his turns. Like, he left mana open at weird times. Maybe he didn't know those wolves had pump ability, but then again, he cast 2 1-mana green wolves on turn 4 after, I mean, I guess he drew them in that order, right? He didn't have them turn 1 or turn 2. Turn 3, he cast Painter. Turn 4 and turn 5, he drew Wolf. Or turn 3 and turn 4, rather, he drew Wolf. just one time, roughly equal lands to resources. One time. Perfect. Keep a 5-lander, draw my 6th. Opponent 1-drop, 2-drop. Me, keep 5-lander, draw 2. Up to 7. Got mono blue Egger over here with larder zombies and castaways. One, two, double spell 3, 4. Going first. 8th land. Can't block here, right? I have him on Startle the way he played with this last couple turns. And I can beat Startle. I guess he doesn't have 5, so I beat Startle. I was thinking if he startled, then I wouldn't be able to Geist Wave because he could bolt in response, but here I beat Startle, so I'll just block here. Okay. Really wasn't expecting that to be nothing. I need to draw a creature, because currently he doesn't draw lands anymore. It's not the clock, it's the problem is he's 3 creatures, so he gets to card select for the rest of the time, and I'm already flooded and not planning to get any less flooded ever again. Please, yes! Okay, no creature. Amazing, gave up a draw. Perfect. He does have 2 colors. What the fuck? If I put that on top and he mills it, it's a huge problem for us, so. Fucking game. Okay. I'll just wait to play later. Maybe next game I'll get to play this one. Yeah, we had to wait for him to tap though before I could put it on top. Come on, deck. Nice, nice timing. I'm gonna hit 9 lands on curve, chat. Trying to mill him? No, we're trying to play the game. We still haven't got there yet. This still hasn't happened. We're still at 0 game played. Yeah, joke's on me though, because this is the game. I keep looking for the cool experience in Magic. I occasionally get there, just not here. Maybe I shouldn't have played Larder Zombie, since I want to be able to play Revenge and Startle here. Did he keep that on top? Okay. Four mana. I can't play the counterattacks. I don't want to lose the Outlaw for free. I really don't want him to have his own Geist Wave. I'm not sure if it mattered which way I blocked there. If it was before or after. Might of the Old Way. Okay. No draw off of it, fine with this. He's splashing green for Might of the Old Way. Okay. In hand deck. Do we mill ourselves? Almost certainly. Do I hold up Revenge? Or get Siege Zombie in play? All right. we gonna Babes play the game? No. Wait, I thought it made me a 2-2. What? Oh, it's a horror. Ha! Okay. Lol. Problem is when this attack, it does something to another creature. You can gang block it though and kill it. It can't attack is all. I want to start swinging this amalgam, but I can't. The sludge monster just like decreasing all my zombies into uselessness is gonna be a problem. Flyer's good on this board though. Turns out it's really nice to draw gas cards after you've had flooded for fucking a million years. It is oddly specific, but there it is. Is it a horror itself? Yeah, it is. Phantom Carriage. Sure would be nice to counter that. I got 6 lands. That's bad news for me. So it's a card that gives you 2 cards of value right now. Sick. A 4/4 and a 3/4 flyer. Not ideal. Opponent's at 20. I guess I can gang block with this. There's no way to get a good revenge off versus that Castaway, unfortunately. Maybe I should have swung with Amalgam here. It's interesting. So a play like this is really suspicious because it suggests that what he has is removal or pump spell. If we say his second we're gonna put 7 power on that, I think, and then if he pumps it, we're gonna blow it up. So this is 3, 5, 7, like that, I guess. Has to be one more if he's got the unsummoned too, sadly. So it's like that. Could be this one. I mean, blowout, I guess, but can we do anything with this? We're bleeding out right now. Is it land, play out, castaway? So I've got 5 in the air back. How much damage do I have? I can't see this overlay. I think it's 2. Three. So I've got 5 zombies, 5 blockers, nowhere near enough. So I need an answer for carriage right now. Okay. And then I need an answer for ooze. So that will be fun. Card's actually good for us. I have such a short fucking clock right now. Ah, fuck chat. I don't know how we get out of here. I think maybe I should have swung with the 2-2. The flyer, that is. So that's interesting because he just broadcasts his play super hard here. So how many of these do I have? I got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 creatures. So we can ping for 4. Is he going to target a second horror? Yeah, he is. Wait, isn't that a oh, it's not. I thought it was a Falcon horror. Okay. I definitely should have swung then. I thought it was a horror. All right, so six blockers, 6 attackers. We've got this one can't be blocked. We have 8 damage then that goes through. 11 damage that goes through. Is that right? 6 attackers, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 blockers. Those all get blocked then. This one always goes through, puts him at 9. Yeah, he's dead. Okay. Six, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 goes through. Okay. Goes to 8. All right. I missed 2 damage too off the Falcon attacks. I thought the horror was going to be able to gang block the carriage and give me another turn. There is instant speed, green life gain, by the way. At 1 green mana. Okay. It's intense as fuck because our deck is so fucking medium and so boring. I agree, opponent's game to lose. I like Revenge of the Drown. It's not very good in our deck. Versus, or not very good versus his deck. I don't actually see flashback cards here. I was looking for stuff. Big problem is we do not have an answer to things like fucking Slime Beast, huh? I don't think I can give up interaction. I just don't have enough of it. So what comes out here? My flyers are worse. His flyers are bigger. I don't have any answers to his flyers. Geist Wave, possibly. Reunion, maybe not very good. I like the 2 bodies Reunion gives us. Try this. Considers a deck small. Considered as 2 things. It adds value to you by giving you a card and putting a flashback card in the graveyard, which I don't have any of, and it thins your deck if you have too many cards in your deck, which I don't right now. Like I don't have too many bad cards. Jangler might not be good enough. Maybe it's okay though. It's essentially ticking damage. Hand's a bit slow, but maybe it should be Outlaws on the draw. Shouldn't be in here. Nice 2-drop to draw. I think I do better wide boards than his deck does. Strange he doesn't want to attack there. Okay. If I can put if I get his larder zombies one at a time, I'm fine by that. Impressions on Vigorous seemed okay. It looks like it requires a lot of investment to figure out. Is that his 3rd Gale Drifter? Sure is. I wonder if I should have played land first. Something in my graveyard though, right? No, I think he's been putting them on bottom. Pretty sure there's one on bottom. Decent pressure at the moment. Looks like our ground game just got shut off though, unfortunately. Graveyard card. Have you ever unsummoned Wrangler here? His Wrangler? I don't think so. It is opaque, Flame Dance. It's also unclear if it's very complicated and quite good or very complicated and just whatever once you get there. He just pre-combat Scry, tapping his creatures. It's bold. Alright, I choose to attack. Three, 6. 3, 6, 8, 10. We just unsummon the zombie, right? Do we even unsummon the zombie? Yeah, we do. I don't understand the pre-combat Scry. Like, really? Does that give you information that you can use to win this game? Oh, I could have just lethaled him with the guy in the graveyard. Whoops! I was setting up for zombie lethal, but we had lethal right now. That was kind of bad. Alright, well, punts. Didn't check my graveyard for targets there. Forgot about the other outlaw. I had a whole different line of play in mind versus opponent, but I wasn't expecting him to take 10, go to 1. It's to protect the people I yell at, Varvik. All right, I mean, these are games that we are eking out wins on, which is good, kind of. Although we're break even here, unfortunately, because of our last run for today. All right, I need a very quick break, chat. I'll be back in just a moment, and we'll get to our next match.
subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Strange Lestrange gifted a tier 1 sub to Varvikvik. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thanks for the gifted sub. Gifting a sub to Varvikvik. Cheers, Strangle Strange. Or it's probably Strange Lestrange. Anyway. What? 3 lands? Going first? With a 1-drop? Yeah, Joe, I agree, man. I agree 100%. We had some interesting games in our last one, but I fucking punted away our last draft, which is really painful in this format. They were so goddamn close, and I made one mistake in 6 matches. I'm sorry, one mistake per game, set of 3 games per opponent, and lost both times for it. It's like probably how it should be, except anyway, they're just so stupid, those games. I'm so angry about them. Wonder if I unsummon this for tempo. Cast trigger, right? Yeah. This is the double expensive drafts too. These are the $15 drafts. All right, let's hope opponent just doesn't run any spells in his mono red or mono Gatecrasher deck. Can be first strike trick. We okay with that? Shouldn't that have been a triple block? Yeah, I'm okay with him using his spells defensively here. Okay. both my siege zombies. That creature has text on it. Part of the text reads flash. Dude, I want zombies so badly here. I don't care what your spell is, I just need to get value out of this card. Oh, the shame land. But I like the opponent owned it. He's like, alright, fine. Your last card is Enduring Angel. Okay. Thankfully answer. And there's dead question mark. Probably not. All right, so this was a one spell Festival Crasher deck that occasionally will just kill us out of nowhere because it runs a shit ton of those. I don't really know how that card works. I don't play against it enough to really know. Can I see the battlefield, please? Your life total would be reduced to 3. Transform it and your life total becomes 3. Enduring Angel didn't transform this way. Lose the game. Don't know what that means. Then it becomes an XX equal to your life total. That card looks really unpleasant to deal with. What's the mana cost on it? 4? 3. 3 and 2. All right. Feels like a no way out. I'm going to try to be blocking. 3 power seems very good versus him. Feels like Strangler on the draw, maybe not quite as strong. Graveyard Hate. We didn't see anything that we need Graveyard Hate for. Zombie tokens are still good for us. Maybe we want some Locked in the Cemeteries just to reduce some of that pressure off those fucking Wranglers. Is that or the Crossroad Guide? Candle Guide Crossroad. I think we grabbed this. Okay. Oh, we just saw, I guess maybe not. We just saw stupid 3/1. It kills enchantments, right? Also kills artifacts though. Okay. The last part of the text about losing games for counterplay, you can kill the angel in response to the trigger and it won't work. Huh. Interesting. Another 5-lander. You wouldn't expect to see quite as many 5-landers, but here we are. We had 3 last game, so I guess I can't complain. No Wrangler. I feel like complaining. Nice to draw the Abomination there, so we have a turn 3 play. Puts a lot of power on the board. The first piece of Graveyard Hate, and it's going to double spell versus us killing both our guys. That sucks. to leave the Chandler on the board. Land is super not good for us. Are we getting more racists or what do we even call it? Anti-Semites in chat? Mods, will you take give a male crampage about 4 seconds to justify asking questions like that and then get banned? Do we swing here with the Wrangler? I think we do. I think the Wrangler gets in for damage here most times. Check out in a second. There's another morning patrol. Yeah, all right. Told you. There it is, I know. Sad people. They're sad, weird little lives. You can always tell. Like, there's no reason to ask a comment like that. It just doesn't, there's never anything beneficial from something like that. It's just always someone setting up. Nice flash. Second time player has definitively made the point that they do not understand what the word flash means. Unfortunately, I have 6 mana here, so I'm probably still going to lose to this flood. I hate that they get to flip Channeler. Can't do anything about it though. Okay. They never don't have it either, huh? All right, Enduring Angel time. Lucky me. Okay. Fucking game. Not even remotely in the same game here. So I get in for 10, 12. I go to 4. Otherwise, I'm chumping this turn. I guess I'm tapping Angel to prevent attacks. It's so bad. Yeah. Does First Strike work versus flying creatures? Of course, First Strike works on everything. This is double strike, too. It's much better than First Strike. Problem is here they kill Wrangler, and I'm totally fucked. Wow, opponent, you figured it out. And by it, I mean nothing. You figured out fucking nothing. We're not in this game at all, chat. Thanks, Jerf. mean, this card doesn't get us there. We get another round of chumping, I guess. I guess some of the time we mill. Crawl to the cellar and can make a 4/4. Nah. All right, well played, opponent. You did it. You used your superior game knowledge to bully us out of the game. Excellent. You did see something in the graveyard we want to hate on. Actually, quite a few things we want to hate on. I don't want to give up all of my interaction. I still need threats. Okay. They're just banking on the angel at this point. They just, it's just magic, right? If your opponent draws very well and you don't draw well, you lose the game. It doesn't matter how poorly they play. So it'll be game 3. I mean, we have 2 drops. We're going to keep this. Sometimes we don't draw lands and we lose, but the curve is nice at the moment. So, I mean, opponent's deck doesn't look great. It looks like they've overinvested in spell payoffs without a lot of spells. Land is fucking phenomenal there. Are they missing a land? Oh my god. It's hardly even fair. You see what I'm saying? Like all the variants on one game versus the other. Sure, that's fine. Go away. All right, we get in for 3, 5, 7, 9. Brings him to 2. Okay. Non-game. So 2 non-games there. Last game was a non-game. I had 2,000 billion fucking lands. This game was a non-game. My opponent didn't have any lands to play the game. That's 2/3 of our 3-game match. This gets crazy. All right, so we hit. This is 3, right? What's the time? About 50 minutes. Okay. So, chat, get this. We've broken even today, but we've gained $1. So we played 2 of these. We've gotten 4 tokens, I think. Yeah, 4 tokens for $30. Drafts are $7.50 each. So we've broken even. And we're up 10 packs. What's a pack worth, you ask? All the cards. Wait, no, sorry, there's wild cards. I can resell the cards. Nope, sorry, it's digital product. 10 cents each. The packs are, excuse me, $1 each. Each pack, no, each 10 packs is $1. So each pack is 10 cents, yeah. So we're up $1. Sometimes we get there. We got a 1 and a 2. Sometimes we miss land. It's always such a scam. Such a scam. But we play for the game experience is what we've learned. Really why you play Magic is because of I mean, that was a third land. It wasn't really the land I was looking for, but... How many nerves did I spend? Nerves replenish. It's all a long-term goal to become more resilient to the curves that life throws at you. What do I do with all that money? I'm going to spend it in one place. And that place is going to be fucking amazing. It's going to be 100 1-cent candies. They even sell 1-cent candies anymore? Nice. All right. Here, a blue mana would be absolutely devastatingly powerful. But we don't believe in blue mana. It's for suckers. They have their own route in your reunion. I get blown out for... Actually, I'm not sure if this is one of the ones that matters. 4th black mana. Funny game. Funny game. Remind me my split. Is it exactly 50-50? And this is like the 6th time today that we've only drawn 1 mana source. Awesome. Of course, I'm going to be playing Darkest Dungeon too. I mean... Oh, man. So the problem is, if this is Geist, the Ghast, we lose our zombie and we lose the game. If it's counter, we lose 1 damage by not attacking and we get to ping, and we gain the life back from blocking anyway, so this is just a pass, sadly. Okay. Cheapest is like 5 cents or 1 cent. Used to be one near my house as a... Yes. Take all of my islands. This card is barely playable. It's okay. It's just not good, right? It's too slow. Exile's face down is such a troll as well. Got my zombie. Could have played zombie. It's kind of a bummer. Oh, he's got his own eaten alive. He's going to eat alive my zombie. We're still not on the ability to play the game right now, which is kind of a bummer. I guess, opponent, I'll let you do whatever you want for the rest of my fucking life. So stupid. So this will be our 3rd back-to-back game that wasn't a game? Sick. There's no Darkest Dungeon 2 command? Oh my god. If only we had some moderators. It's an Epic exclusive game. I have an Epic creator link now. So if anyone does find Darkest Dungeon, buys it through my page, I think there's a discount. Although I'm not 100% sure. It might just be a kickback for me, but I think it's a discount. That's Tuesday? Yes. Yes, deck. 5th Swamp. Absolutely reasonable. Nice. Your turn, opponent. All right. I don't think we need to allow that to resolve. Fun game. Fun one. I think the better player won there. All right. We're going first. I guess we're going first. Let's do some deep sideboarding. By deep sideboarding, I mean we'll draw a mix of swamps and islands to play the game of Magic that we also dearly love. What did we learn there, chat? So one of the things I really like to do as a competitive gamer who likes to play versus other people is I like to check in at the end of games. Sometimes I do this out loud, sometimes just internally with what could I have done differently? What really determined the plays of that game? For example, what did we learn from our opponent's play and how can we incorporate that into our play? What things could we do differently ourselves? What could we do to become a better gamer? Let's do a deep recap of that game. I'm ready. You're saying we could have, in fact, drawn the better card. Oh, just draw better. Oh, okay. Anything else? No, just draw better? Nice. Uh-oh. He's learning. He's a learner, chat. No! I don't want to play that card, but I have to dig for land, so there we are. All right. No, I'm not being facetious. I am at the same time, right? Like, there's nothing we could have. We didn't make any decisions this last game, so I don't know what I can learn from that, which is one of the frustrating things about losing in Magic. Sometimes you learn shit. Sometimes you just misplay, and sometimes you don't learn shit. Opponent's missing Island. Are we gonna play non-games, or will he unbury fast enough? He's pretty highly incentivized to dig for lands here, I think. So let's tap that one. No blocks, buddy. No blocks. You want to eat it before damage? It's okay by me. The rolls reverse. I know, but I don't want the rolls to reverse. I want to play a game of Magic versus an opponent who can fight back, you know? So we're running out 2 creatures, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just get in with the air. I mean, I can tap both. I don't have to tap though. I don't care about the zombie. So I can just get in with the Wrangler too, right? Like a land would be pretty decent here. Do we just draw it naturally? Maybe. No! Fuck. It's at 14, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We give up all of our scry power. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Goes to 4, unsummon the Abomination. Get another 2 power on the board. Next swing, we have 2/2, 2/1, 2/2. If he plays the Falcon out again, it's 2/2 to block the air creatures. He's at 4. Goes to 2, but is still alive. Give up all my scry zombies. Could just remove Awakener too. Eh. A 100% Fudgenator, 100%. Maybe I should have played around Counterspell. And just resolve the rider. I mean, they have 2 threats to deal with right now, right? So I got in for damage. It's pretty annoying. Nightbot is not a mod, so Nightbot can't, or not a subscriber, so Nightbot can't make emotes from my channel. Glad to hear it, SPBC. SPBC! Don't do Civ content anymore, but we do lots of other content. Mostly salty, salty, salty magic content.
Turned.
Thank you, Sarah Seffi. Welcome back. Take 8. Planning on creating a different YouTube channel? Why would I do that? Why don't I just use my existing YouTube channel? I think you get a really limited number of permanent subs, Sir Flipper, but yes, I can. I was planning on changing to Stream Elements bot, and then I kind of got halfway through the process and wasn't that impressed. So we're going second now. Anything changed for that? The Outlaws are a little less good. Maybe some random graveyard hate's okay. I mean, the drains are still nice. Strangler's not as good on the draw. Maybe we run something like that. All right. I have 2 YouTube channels already. I don't really want a third. What I would like to do is start re-adding content to my first YouTube channel. which I'm hoping that Darkest Dungeon is enough of a game. Darkest Dungeon 2 is enough of a game that I can do that. So this could have been 2-drop beater. All right. Dude, stop having 1-drops. Stop it. Stop it. Card is very annoying. Pause on black mana, by the way. You're such a prick. Go first with no way out. You're such a prick. Just curve out. You know, had the non-game. This guy's played fine, annoyingly. He's just drawing well as well, which means super bad news for us because we're not drawing super well. We've already lost a game to dead lands and are now playing game 3 going second versus a good start from opponent. Seems like a bad spot to be. Main phase, eat a zombie, all right? Is that good? That didn't seem good. Yeah, all right, we lost. It's unfortunate. It would have been nice to play the game, but it's not going to be a thing. It's going to have the full curve out. We're going to hit extra lands. We're not going to have an answer to either of the big beaters, so get fucked. So he plays Horde again and we have removal and he doesn't hold back Demon, we win. It's the thought process. It gives us some live draws. Chose not to play Holdback Demon. Chose to play Horde again, so he doesn't give a shit about removal, of which we do actually run some. Geist Wave is good enough. Third copy of... Okay, so let's look at our outs right now. Geist Wave works. Eaten Alive ×2 works. Last copy of Revenge of the Drowned works. Organ Hoarder into Geist Wave would have worked if we had second blue, but we don't. But opponent, instead of attempting to not lose the game to a random card or any removal, plays directly into it and doesn't get fucking punished. So bad. Oh, and also Crawl from the Cellar is lethal here too, right? Since he only has one blocker and we can pump the flyer. All right, are we fucked? We have to hold both jump people back versus jump blockers to survive. Nice. Well, we lose. The deck loses here. Ask us the things we did wrong compared to our opponent this game. Oh, 0. Ask us what our opponent did right. Not a lot. Fucking so annoying. I'm so tired of Magic. All right, well, the deck ends here. 4 draft tokens, or 3 out of this deck, I guess. I can't say any of those games were very pleasant, like any of them we played today. So I guess we're just happy with the bank draft tokens for next set, I guess, because that was super, super boring. How many of our games were actual games? Like, so few. I mean, maybe the first draft had some real games. Had a lot of non-games in the first draft, too. Just Magic. Wait, that's only my first loss with this deck? Fuck! I don't want to play more with this deck. Man, I thought we were done. Shit. Okay. Three tokens, nice. Nah, we're 2 drafts in. We only have collected 4 tokens, so we're dead even. But having to play this shit. Yeah, it is terrible. It's a terrible play, so I agree. They built this deck. Never are we gonna have anything resembling reasonable resources. Oh great, now we don't have swamp. Are we going first? I've forgotten. Doesn't tell me anywhere on the game board. Let's hope I'm going second. 1 drop. How many one-liners have we seen today? Some insane number, man. And just as many 5-landers, right? Like, the real question, the interesting question is, how many 3-landers have we seen today? 1? All right, 1 drop, 2 drop. Nice. Took him 45 seconds to reach this decision. Has a Spirit. Drew our Swamp. Dude, he's so slow. You hovered it 6 times, it's still the same thing. All right, missing lands it looks like. Wish I could punish here. How the fuck do I punish? Oh, he attacks me. Nice. Hit land. me see what the first thing you said. All right, so you are a very transparent troll, White Good. I will give you one warning right now. Trolling in my channel needs to be funny. So far, you're 0-2. The next time, that's 2 strikes. The next time you hit with a totally not funny and boring inane take, you will be banned. Heads up. But thank you for your true and honest concern for my well-being. It comes through clearly in your message. There we go. And there it is. Goodbye. I wonder if the previous ones were real or not. Like it's so like why are the trolls so dumb these days? Like when were they funny? Like we used to get funny trolls who would come through every once in a while. You know, like bait it a little bit, like really get people to play into it a bit before this garbage. Like why? Where did they go? I think it's the same guy. I don't think so. This is why, I don't know if that guy who I yelled at earlier today is still in channel. This is why it's so easy to take ambivalent comments that could be misconstrued. Excuse me, comments that are not clear from the tone of the comment, whether they're hostile or not. This is why, by and large, as a streamer, your default is to assume they are hostile because of this shit, right? Like, you're constantly getting people like that coming through. And is that guy particularly bothersome? No, but he's not particularly funny either. All right, what are we doing here? Exiling the Graphkeeper seems pretty good. He's got a lot of value in his graveyard right now. If I'm going to exile Graphkeeper, I should do it pre-combat so I can swing with both. There's a Fading Hope here? Oh no, it's a block. Okay. Dude, second Mountain in his deck. That's all blue-white 2-drops. Don't like attacking into open mana. Second Mountain. Okay. So he's gonna block the Abomination, I guess. So this is a full control resolve. Resolve. Go away. Oh, I didn't notice that either, Salik, until you broke it down like that. That's a fair point. Yeah. Probably is the same guy. Maybe it's like National Nazi Day or something. We didn't know about it. They're just out in force. Chat, they have a Storm Rider spirit. I wish I could play my cards here, but I cannot. Too bad the 3/3 is so good versus our board and I don't get to utilize any mana. I wonder if I'm startling for a card. I think I am. This life gain off these veterans is going to beat us. We might get there from terms of forcing damage through, but this is negating a lot of our progress every turn. It's National Bologna Day. Huh. It's 5 open mana, spell there to bluff with, so we'll start here. They have Devious Cover Up to go with their other card. Nice. Well done, opponent. So their last card was counter my removal spell, draw 2. Rip. Okay. Did I attack with Siege Zombie here? Yeah, I know they'll trade the 2/1/1s for it. I can't decide. I think it's not worth, right? I get in just as much damage pinging with the extra zombie. I could attack with a zombie token. This is probably the last turn it gets to attack. Maybe not. Maybe it's good enough to build up zombie board here. It's going to be very close, and it's going to be very difficult to beat these phantoms repeatedly healing him. So I kind of wouldn't mind getting this phantom off the fucking board. Opponent, if you could be less slow, it'd just be lovely. No blocks. No, we don't know what his red splash is. It's our first game versus them. We've seen 2 mountains and an Evolving Wilds, which seems like a lot to me, but he does have mill, and he did mill his first mountain. Oh, fuck off. My first card is draw a card. I gain a life, draw a card. I'm going to lose to these veterans. How much life has this been now off them? 6, maybe? upkeep. It's removal for the spirit. Oh, he wants to resolve his, maybe? I'm not sure. Oh, that's easy then. Isn't it? Is that even good? If I had one more mana, would it be good? I don't want to draw it again is the only thing. I don't mind converting this here, I don't think. How many cards do I attack with here? It's always Abomination. It's never Zombie. Is it my other zombies? I don't think so. It's not a 2-mana draw too, unfortunately. It does deny him the life gain off his zombie coming into play, one less attacker that I have to worry about on his Alpha Strike. But I lose access to my creature temporarily. It's a good one, but not on this board. 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. It takes so long to win games with this deck. Equally long to lose them. Such a painful deck. I hate it so much. Yeah, you certainly could, Mip. You can name any red card and then you can say that could be the splash. It absolutely could be fucking Angel Fire. That'd be brutally devastating. It's Light Up the Night as a splash. That seems kind of bad. I mean, it's bad for me here that it kills my zombie, but... kind of funny. Think he's got another counter up yet? I think Organ Hoarder will draw a counter if he's got it. It does take one turn off of Larder Zombie. No counter. Okay, game one. All right, Fingers crossed for game 2. Graveyard Hate's going to be good versus him. We're on the draw. The Strangler's a little bit less exciting. It's a lot of graveyard stuff in his deck. Not so sure about that one. Okay. I wanted to pay to replay the zombie. The only reason why I was doing any of it at that timing is I wanted to play Crawl the Cellar to make the other Falcon Abomination a 3/3 flying attacker. I didn't do the math on the board. There might have been just a full swing there with them as tapped out as they were. I'm not entirely certain. Unsteady. It's so slow. All right, we're probably gonna be a few minutes late on the sponsored content, so I'm gonna finish this game. I'll just go longer. It's okay. We're gonna be doing some Raid Shadow Legends after this. Actually, kind of excited about that, believe it or not. I know the general thing on the internet is Raid is crap, but I actually think it might be my favorite RPG this year. Like for real. Like not exaggerating, not scamming, not grifting. So kind of looking forward to that actually. So nice paying sponsorship. I like the game. I'll try to show you guys how to enjoy the game. Raid Shadow Legends coming up next. It's sponsored content. It's a mobile game. Well, it's mobile and PC, but it started as a mobile RPG. Okay. All right, we're always keeping this hand. No 2-drops. A bit rough going second, but oh well. Well, I'll try to show you how to enjoy it. I'll try to show you how to enjoy it free to play. I'll try to explain the business model so you guys can understand the how to invest in that game at any income level that you want to invest into it. And I'll try to explain the things it does well. We'll get there a little bit later. A couple more minutes here. All right, no land here. It's kind of a bitch. Isn't Raid pay to win? Yeah, it's a single player game though. So what is the relevance of play to win? And also, do we care that it's pay to win? All right, land there is actually really good. I hate playing out an outlaw on this board, but here we are. Okay. Hates from the absolute overload of advertising. It is a game that money will get you ahead in it, and the game is designed to set players up to want to spend money, but it's perfectly playable with no money invested, and it's actually quite fun that way too. It comes off kind of as like a low resource RPG that I like. I'll show you. We'll show you the stuff. Doesn't it make the? I'm gonna show you the game. It's gonna be sponsored content in a minute. We can talk there. I guess I brought it up, but doesn't it make the game more boring? No, not from my perspective. I played it for a couple months around like January of this year, I think. All right, night day cycles with this. I don't want to take infinite damage from that, but I guess Larder Zombie technically blocks. Too bad the rest of my turn is so garbage if we Larder Zombie here. Maybe Organ Hoarder in the graveyard is okay for just maximum crawl from grave value. Take another 2 to do it. So bad mana wise. Just play Larder Zombie here. 1 white mana. Oh, it's Larder Zombie. Okay. All right. I want to say we're more grindy than they are, but we're really not. We're much more tempo-y than they are. With all the disturbed creatures, they're probably a little bit more grindy than we are. Reason not to attack with the outlaw? Sure is. I don't want to convert that morning control into a flyer, and the outlaw being blocked by collector does nothing. So best case scenario is they make a block I don't want. Worst case scenario is they make a nonsense block and I have a tapped creature for no reason. Arknights or Genshin Impact? I will have to stop ignoring this morning patrol in a minute. But it looks like it's going to be a next turn. What would I rather have be countered? My Falcon Abomination? Yes. So this is getting countered. That was not countered, so it's the Flash Flyer. Not terribly excited about Flash Flyer today. Yeah, I guess I could have attacked first to potentially eat the morning patrol. It's true. It's not a good tap. I actually do need land, but I don't know at what pace I need it. I've got a handful of gas. Maybe it's just okay to take it. It's just I got a bunch of other things I can do in 4 mana, including deal with the Stormrider Spirit. It's kind of annoying, the larger zombie double spell there. Denick. That's a bit of a problem. We'll be starting shortly-ish. It's a good one. Not so good with our current existing board status though. I need to get zombie down on the board. So I could swing with both 3/3s, pretty unexciting. He's got counter mana up, whether or not he has it, I don't know, but I can't target creatures in graveyard, so I can't stop the morning patrol from coming back. I feel like I just revenge away the spirit for now. If I wait on their turn, what happens? I get a blocker tapped. That's fine, actually. Ugly board. Did I miss an attack on a bump Falcon? I think I might have. Am I gonna go back to Total War Warhammer? I'm gonna try Total War Warhammer 3 when it comes out. Other than that, I'm not entirely certain. So what am I looking for? Eaten Alives, obviously. This is a huge problem, not made to target creatures in the graveyard. I'm gonna make it day again. Am I okay with that? Not really. Okay. Surprise flash? I don't think so. I don't want him attacking here. And I don't want my Storm Rider Spirit getting countered. And I don't want it turning to day. Because the other play is Zombie plus Abomination, which is pretty decent. Although 3 of my zombies are already tapped this turn. So it doesn't change the night-day sequence from Storm Rider Spirit. It just changes my ability to get my Storm Rider Spirit countered if I give him an extra turn. I don't know that he has a counter, but he might. No plans to play Constructed again anytime soon. I can't crawl, right? Yeah. Jesus Christ, where are my interactive spells? I've got fucking 2 Revenge of the Drowned in there and 2 Eaten Alive. There's 17 cards left. It's not counter. He's got a 5-mana flash spell that he's representing, that he has. We can see it. Fucking game. Never will I ever be given answers to fucking anything. Holy shit. It's so frustrating. Gonna block with open mana? Yep, you are. It's fine. Denik is fucking cucking me right now. It's ridiculous. It's gonna make it day here, annoyingly. Not resolves. Fuck, I just missed a... Yeah, I just missed a ping. Shit. Damn it. Did not mean to miss that. Danik, he wants Danik in the graveyard. Yes! We all want Danik in the graveyard. Is that another untapped creature? Yeah, it doesn't matter though, because we already lost the one. Okay. I can't just keep milling my entire deck away for the off chance I get something that's useful in life. Tapped his red mana because he's got a Graph Keeper in hand. I'm not sure what the. I guess he just doesn't have the red spell in hand. Not a bad one. Why would it tap like that? Come on, slowest opponent in the history of the entire world. Could we? What's the question from Catharos? Somewhere it will be updated. It auto-populates a form that gets updated probably once a week or so for actually adding it to the spreadsheet, and then we rate it when we get around to it. Okay. Taking 3. Are we scrying or pinging here? Pinging, I think. All right. Scry on our turn. The problem is Danik, your graveyard decline. Danik has interactions here. All right, hand turn is actually pretty good here, right? So we swing out with both 2/2s. doing everything main phase too. We eat his value card. We unsummon Denick, right? He has a burn spell. Okay, on 7 creatures. To the bottom, I like it. Nice. He's got the X burn spell. We've already seen it. It's not a maybe. We know what it is. Longest game ever, man. Don't make me go to game 3. Don't make me go to game 3. Ugh. Okay. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 11 is 2 is 6 is 5. So he's dead? Okay, it's 1. Three. All right, I'm not expecting interaction there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First strike kills something first. Doesn't have first strike. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, he doesn't gain 1 life per dead creature. It happens after combat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blockers. We have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 attackers. With 6, so 5 go through. 5 is 10 damage. And we have more damage in the graveyard too. Vampire in Yard doesn't really do anything because post-combat he gets all the life back, right? No, Phantom heals him, so Vampire in the Graveyard doesn't do anything. The same reason that playing Crawl from the Cellar. I guess actually what would have done something here is playing Crawlers from the Cellar twice pre-combat on Abominations. It shouldn't matter because he's only got 1 red mana and we're not worried about him having something. But I could have forced out 1 more damage by buffing both Falcon Abominations. I thought I missed it. I thought Denick was going to heal him for 1 I was going to lose. But Denick's not on the board, so I don't give a fuck. Okay. Alright. Raid Shadow Legends time. Let's do it. Alright. Kind of looking forward to this. Set it up this morning. Pleased to do it. Let's switch over. Let me update stream titles and the rest of it. Start the process for that. Okay. All right. If you don't know what this game is, chat, it is a mobile and PC single player pay to win RPG is how I would describe that. All of those things are fine by me. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break in a second here, and then we'll start this up. So let me do this. So first things first, switch over to this. Let's update our titles. This is sponsored content, to be 100% clear on that up front. Just so you guys know, I appreciate you sticking around, but it isn't necessary. If you're not at all interested or know what it is already, that's fine. I'm going to walk you through this game. I actually quite like this game, legitimately like this game. I'll talk you through it. So let me just fire these up. All right. This game has a unbelievable amount of random hate on the internet from content creators. Okay, quick break, then we'll do this. I'll be back in just a moment. I feel like there's sound, but I'm not sure what's going on with my game sound right now, which is, come on, stop with these. Okay. No, I don't want to exit the game. I want setting. Must have turned it off at some point. Anyone know where the game settings are for this? We don't have to, I guess. Back in a second. I'm going to take a quick break, then we'll get started. All right, chat. I am back. Some questions about this. Is this PC interface? This is the PC and mobile interface. I'm not using an emulator. This is just running on the PC, but I have played this game on my phone and it looks basically identical to this. Okay, so what is it? It is a single player RPG. It is a pay to win design, which is not inherently evil, despite many people thinking that. The way it works is you're going to be given limited resources that regenerate over a period of time. You are collecting and building heroes who get stronger via time, basically time investment, but not just time investment. There's quite a lot of things to do with your heroes, starting from dungeon running, of which there's quite a bunch, some of which are unlock on various days of the week. These ones rotate throughout the days of the week, the 5 colored ones here, purple, white, red, blue, and green, as well as just regular progression through other dungeons here. They're pretty good about releasing content. The dungeons scale up, so as your guys get stronger, you can see which stages I've unlocked up to and which stages ultimately exist in here. They do release content fairly regularly for new content. Notably, recently they have, in addition to the dungeons, also a campaign mode, which I'll talk about in a minute. There's PvP, which isn't really PvP. It's you select a team, and then your team like auto plays against other people, but we'll be fighting some other players' teams in the arena in a little bit, which is kind of PvP. There is both a guild function, which has a pretty useful progression mechanic for generating resources for your own team, and then this is their most recent add-on, which is the Doom Tower, which is a series of different types of fights. So basically, the ultimate game loop in this is you're summoning champions, which are somewhat random, upgrading those champions, and then trying to build the best teams out of the champions you have, and you can never guarantee that you're going to get champions. So, and then the way it works with the resource, so if you just want to spend money on this, you can play it any way you want. Today we will be, for the stream purposes, we've been gifted essentially a bunch of resources, so we can play as much as we want here. But in general, you're restricted on the number of missions or things you can do per time period because of your limited resources. So mostly what you do as a free to play player is you're trying to maximize the impact of each of your actions. So you can start thinking about what I like in this game as a free to play player. Was I like that element of limited resource being you can only run so many missions. What's the most efficient way to spend your time kind of deal? Okay, so that's the start. We're gonna watch just a quick trailer or two for them starting now, and then I'll show you guys some actual gameplay. So let's start that now. We'll do the first raid trailer right now.
An attacker in the raid against the
Start that.
spider dungeon. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. It really made my reputation as an attack champion.
So what would you say is your best skill?
I'd probably have to say my arcane blizzard.
Sounds great. Can I see it? Very impressive. Welcome aboard.
Choose your champions. Raid Shadow Legends.
All right, we'll do the other one in a minute. Okay, so looking through that. So the other thing they do fairly regularly is they run almost nonstop. Is there's different events and tournaments that you can take place in. Tournaments and events generally have better rewards. Events are basically do a certain amount of a thing to acquire some rewards, and tournaments are basically compete with other players on a scoreboard for trying to do another set of events. And let me just give you an example of one of these. So right now, for example, it looks like they're running a promotion for particular heroes. I think we can see it maybe in the news section here. Yeah. So what is this? Isn't there a Halloween promotion going on right now? Somewhere there's a Halloween promotion going on. But essentially, certain heroes are going to be easier to summon through this. So let me show you basic summoning, right? So let's say we want to bring some new heroes in. There's quality of heroes, which is basically their power level. Now, you can level up lower tier heroes to higher levels and make them stronger, and some of them are competitive. Like there are some very good common heroes, quite a lot of good rare heroes, and then a lot of really good epic heroes, as well as some trash epic heroes and some really good legendary heroes. So the hate is because it's pay to win? Yes, exactly, pay to win. And so, for example, like if we want to open up guys here, we're going to do something like this, right? And this is opening 10 at once. Anyone who plays Magic might be familiar with this. And these 10 people are added to our pool as heroes. Now, these are all fairly low level heroes, but so be it. Another thing you might end up doing if you play this game a lot is you're going to be doing daily quests. They refresh often. They give refresh daily, clearly, and they give you rewards that you can apply towards your game. So essentially, this resource here is the biggest one. This is energy. So this determines what you can do. So it's been a while since I played, so I got to figure out my teams. But let's see if we can. I want to show you guys Arena because I spent a lot of time in Arena and liked it. Our Arena rank should be super low right now too. So I'll show you guys a couple of rounds of Arena here, starting with two types of, it's not really multiplayer. I am playing against other people's compositions and there is a leaderboard, but they won't be controlling their composition in real time. So it's been ages since I played this last. So let me just take a look at this. So, all right. So to play Arena, you have an Arena resource right there. This one is for Classic Arena, and this is for Tag Team Arena. These will replenish like over a certain amount of time. I think it's per day you get like a full stack of these, and you can also unlock more of these through daily rewards, or you can just buy them. So you can buy more Arena time if you want more Arena time. And I think it's pay to win because there's better games in the same genre. I don't think so. I haven't seen a better mobile-based single-player RPG, but maybe there are. I don't doubt it. So you're going to see a lot of people doing a lot of scammy things in Arena because part of what they're trying to do is bait you into attacking. So for example, this player here is probably so I assign my defense here. So, right. So this is my team. This is my single player Arena team. These are all speed tuned, which means for me, let me see if I can show you on screen. At some point I went through and, what am I looking for? I'm looking for this one. I guess I should do it in a new one. Hold on. So, okay. I just realized I'm probably overwhelming you guys a little bit with it. Let me show you basic gameplay first, and then we'll do Arena for that. So let's do, I'm just trying to, because I haven't played in so long, I'm kind of a little discombobulated on what I was accomplishing at that point. So let's go check my campaign progress. So campaign project difficulty comes in 4 difficulties. I think we're totally through campaign 3, but I don't think we've started campaign 4. I think that's right. Yeah. So have we started campaign 4? We might have started campaign 4. Yeah, we're slowly unlocking campaign 4. So I don't remember if I have strong enough heroes for that right now. What was my actual team if I wanted to go here? Okay. One of the more fair pay to wins. Well, you're not actually competing against players, so I don't know what fair and pay to win had to do with that. Also a series of daily and weekly quests to complete for more resources. And let's go ahead and, dude, I shouldn't let this be a problem. Why don't we generate a little bit of the dungeon resource is probably what we should do. All right, let's go in here and take one of these. So it looks like Currently, it's purple keep, which is void keep. These generate resources. Each of these different colored keeps here generate resources for leveling your characters. So this is the resource that's coming out of it. Looks like we normally beat this on probably stage 14. And let me see if it has the team already in there. So this is the team I ran last time. It's saved there. I'm going to assume I knew what I was doing last time, although I'm not sure I did. All right, we'll do a single battle as opposed to a multi-battle. You can see the resource cost is 12 to start the dungeon. I don't know what team setup is. This is kind of new.
Lets you create saved teams of champions that you can select in a single tap. You can set up multiple teams for different game modes and play styles.
That's super nice. That's a new feature since I played last, because one of the things I did is I kept
special instructions and tell them which skills you want them to use.
That's actually really cool. We should maybe try that, because you can tell them what skills now. That's awesome. Because I used to basically keep a spreadsheet of my teams for each one of these dungeons to see what I wanted to do. So let's try to transfer this over. Okay. I don't want to be asked to do this. No, don't tell my guys. I don't know what my team was. Fuck.
Let's dive in and set up your first saved team.
It's a nice feature, but okay. I do want to try that. Customization for that sounds awesome. All right, I don't want to do it right now though. So this was the team. I was actually running Tyrell. So Tyrell, I'm not sure his name, Tayrel, I think, was a super strong character that I had, one of my strongest characters. So this boss, I don't recall what this boss did. I wonder if let's just fire one off and see if we can do it, and then we'll set it up. So, all right. So it has an auto battle, which I like. Basically, every character has 3 skills, and they have item slots and inventory slots. So this is currently running auto mode. So you can turn it off auto or not, depending on what you want. I like auto because auto essentially is the character interactions get fairly repetitive, but what you're designing your team to do is A, it looks like now you can customize which skills you're using when, but B, you're setting up things like team speed and team attack. So you're building compositions of characters that fight well together, and you kind of let them auto battle from my perspective to clear these out. Do you roll for initiative? No, the speed stat is not variable in this game. Like, you can add and subtract things to it, sometimes with buffs, sometimes with items, but it doesn't change randomly, which is really, really nice, because I'll show you, like, my arena teams are all speed tuned, which means they are within 1 speed point of each other on a speed of, like, that goes up to a couple hundred basically, so that they can act in a very specific order for very specific reasons. So this is the boss of that dungeon. There's 2 pre-boss waves that we just came through, and this is the boss wave itself. The boss has a number of specific things. So if we were to slow this down for a second and just turn off auto for a second, we can see what's going on here. Boss has spells. This one applies poison debuffs. They all have turn cooldowns. So when you're building these, you know what the bosses can do. So you're trying to build comps that do that. I can't remember what this boss does because it's just been too long. Let's hover and see. Deals damage from all poison debuffs on all enemies instantly. So it's going to poison nuke our whole team. Attacks all enemies, adds poison debuffs, it can't be resisted. And then what is this one doing? Immune to stun freeze. Basically, a lot of the bosses are immune to most of the status effects, but not all of them. So our comp here, this is a healer. This is an AoE speed buffer and healer. This is anti-healing for the boss. So you can see the debuffs I've applied to the boss up here. This one right here, that red cross, is anti-healing. This one is a poison dot, I believe, and this one is a slow. So the boss and speed in this game is the initiative order system, right? Where it's the more speed you have, the more often you'll take turns relative to the opponent. So one of the big strategies in this game is attempting to speed tune your comp so that you get as many actions as possible and you reduce their actions as many times as possible. So this character is a group buffer. And if I hit auto, so you can see 2 of their skills are on cooldown. They're using all of their skills on cooldown in a specific order, but it looks like they just added something that allows you to manage skills a little bit better, which is nice. So we'll see if we can actually beat this boss. Kind of want to add the music again. Anyone remember where the music option is in this game? I played a ton of this when I drove down to Florida to visit my folks over last Christmas, and I played this a lot in the car because I could play it on mobile. I could play it through phone connections. We're actually getting kind of crushed here. These 3 are pretty weak. This guy's particularly weak. I don't remember him even being geared. So a couple of things I'm starting to remember. One of the attacks on Tayrel, who's very, very tanky, is a very high defense hero. The characters come in classes, basically. They come as support attack and defense kind of heroes. I think there's some other classes as well, but by and large, this guy's very tanky, and he has a couple of skills that mess with the boss's initiative order, so I can decrease the number of turns the boss is going to take. Portrait icon up in the top left and home. Okay, check that out. Speed is a very strong stat in these, but you can't only pick speed because your max survivability really matters too. So you can see that this comp basically was able to handle that, but wasn't like another couple rounds and at least 2 of them would have dropped off and I would have lost some of my debuffs. But anyways, what I wanted to show you was basically the progression of energy. So you can multi-run these things because it's gathering a resource. Let's say that like I know this dungeon is only open on a Thursday, or today's a Sunday. So let's say this dungeon is only open on a Sunday and I need a bunch of this resource to level my character for. I might decide I spend my day's grouping of energy harvesting that particular resource from that dungeon, even though that means I won't be able to do other things. It was kind of those types of decisions that I kind of enjoyed. Let's see if I can find the top left and home. All right, so let's go back. So important anyways when you're waiting around making planning, to let this energy recharge, you want it to have depleted at least a little bit. Top left here. So where's the, there it is. There we go. Okay. So let me see if we're going to be doing a lot of Tyrell, so let's take a look at them. So by level and by rank, this is my most leveled hero. So everyone maxes at level 60, but then there's like tiers. So these are these stars are like a type of upgrade you can do with them. God, it's just been so while since I played. I'm trying to blank out just a little bit on that. Where do I see his actual skills? There's the skills. So this is pretty much my biggest, baddest hero. So skills, there's 3 skills per character. They start not leveled at all. This character's skills are fully leveled, which means I've invested a bunch of upgrade books into their skills to build those out. He looks like he has a decrease attack damage. So this is a debuff on opponent's attack, a debuff on their defense, as well as sometimes a sleep with certain effects triggering together like that. And then his last one's a stun and a turn meter depletion attack, are those things. Where's his eyes? I assume they're under his mask. Okay. There's a ton of heroes in this game. They're constantly adding new heroes. They've done a pretty good job, in my opinion, of hero diversity. There's lots of heroes that are real niche, like they show up, they're only good in a couple dungeons, but they're really good in those dungeons. There's a lot of pretty decent all-rounders, and then there's a lot of kind of fodder heroes in between. All that's fine. You use fodder heroes in this game a lot because you eat fodder heroes to level the main heroes that you're interested in. There's passive leveling over here, which I was doing prior to this, which is leveling up fodder heroes. And you've got a big management system here for that as well. I think there's actually a hero listing somewhere too, which is here for the champions. If you want to see the total number of champions, where do I see that? This is my champions. Where are the actual full on? Can't remember the index. Where's the index though? Oh, right here, this index. Right. So there's a ton of factions, a lot of your quests. So like our daily quests today, let's take a look what they actually are. Faction dungeons. That's the other one I didn't talk about, right? So these are faction wars as well. Faction wars are basically collect people of the same basic faction, put them together in teams and run those for stuff. You're limited in the number of faction runs you can do per day, but there's really nice rewards off those. So one of the things you're doing as you build characters, you're building characters for specific dungeons, and you're also building characters from specific factions. So it's basically a collect characters and level them up kind of game long term is how the game kind of plays out. Lots of pay to win kind of stuff. That's fine. Pay to win in the sense that there's a lot of randomness, right? So one of the things that a pay to win system incentivizes is you as a player not wanting to put a bunch of money into it, or you could, but if you don't want to put a bunch of money into it, what you end up doing is a lot of RNG kind of stuff. You're taking low percentage things and rolling them a bunch to try to get good percentage stuff, good stuff out of it, basically. Let's go ahead and do a couple arena battles. It's been a while since I played this game. Let's take our freebie one here. This is a freebie roll, so I can remember the team. This is it's not going to actually do anything here. That's cool. There's a new start on auto thing here. So we'll farm this guy once, and then we'll actually go against some actual comps if we can. I'm not going to worry about this. This is all speed tuned. And if we go straight into, so let's look. These are mostly 4-man comps, mostly pretty strong looking characters in there. So we want to target select a little bit. 60 is the highest. I wonder if this is real. There's a lot of ways you can hide the strength of your characters by essentially and getting people to queue into them. Like this is a rank 5 character, although she's only level 19. every time you hit a new rank, which goes up to 60, so you can have up to 6 ranks, your level resets. You have to run through them again. This is probably doable. It's a rank 3, it's a rank 4. Let's take this as a combat. All right, so I'll walk through all the skills and what's happening here and why I built the team as I have. So I'm limited on my characters. I played this mostly free to play. This character here starts with this buff here. This buff is a speed buff. So what it does is it boosts my chance to go first. You can already see that my team is much more speed tuned than them. You see how I'm acting first and the yellow bar is basically full on all of my characters. This is because I have speed items equipped and it doesn't look like my opponent really has. So first thing I'm going to do is cast this. This gives us turn meter moves forward 15% and I get a 50% damage bonus on all my characters for 2 turns. We'll start there. This character has, I'll show you the items set up in a minute. This one here is an AoE debuff. So this ability here is attack all enemies, place a weaken debuff on them, and a decrease debuff on them. So we're going to debuff their whole team. That one there is increased damage. They take extra damage. That guy resisted the debuff. The next guy up is an AoE nuker here. So he's going to cast a big AoE nuke that's going to hit their whole team after we've gone first and we've debuffed their entire team for damage. And that one killed literally 3 outright. And then this girl has a number. She also has an AoE attack, but she also has a single target nuke here that we're going to use right there. And we just obliterated that team. And I actually spent a fair amount of my time playing the arena because I found it fun. And since I haven't played in about a year, it's deranked all my arena stats. So we're probably versing weaker opponents. But I'll see if I can find some that have a little bit more back and forth to them. I don't know if we'll get there today or not. It really depends on what opponents are doing. All right. We'll keep doing a couple more of these. So for me anyways, part of the fun was this. Let me see if I can actually find this, which is current arena here. I'll show you a spreadsheet I had for this, which is here. There. All right, I don't know if you guys can see this now, but for me, my teams are, so I'll show you the multi-team fights too, right? So my teams are all speed, they're all set up to be synergetic and they're all set up to be speed tuned, which means that for me, some of the things I want to do is I want them to go in a very exact order and I want them to be, the faster you are, the more likely you're to act first. And acting first in this game is a really big deal because if you can lock out your opponent by killing some of them and debuffing them before they start, you have a much higher chance of winning. So for example, that team is this one here. This is my classic arena team. And here, I'll show you item management too. Item management is kind of a pain in this game. Not kind of pain, it's item management in this game is really finicky. So for us right now, we've got these people, these are their speeds. You can see that I want them to do it exactly in this order. I want Gorbarov to act first, followed by Suzerain second, followed by Gaelic third, and then Elhain last. And they're super close. They're within one point of speed of each other. So Gorbarov is just much faster. He starts with a very good base speed. We have all speed items. His entire job is to go first and then boost our slower people to go ahead of my opponent's fastest characters. That's his whole point. That's what his first ability does. And then the next one is the Vone, followed by a bunch of nukes. That's my first team. So I like the classic arena. I think it's fairly fun until you get to very high ranks where then very specific people are only played. But if we come out here and we look at tag team arena, this is a set of 3 fights in a row. So most of these are going to be pushovers. This is a scam setup here. This is a setup designed to prey on newbies. They have 3 very powerful heroes who can potentially solo entire teams on their own. We can probably handle that. But let's go into something like this. There is a rough power and rating, but it's not been very useful for me. There's a lot of legendary characters in here, so this is probably a pay-to-win account. It doesn't necessarily mean anything except the fact that they have access to very powerful characters, and you should be a little cautious of how you're fighting. I hope I still have my 3 playing set up. Let's try this one here. This one looks pretty winnable. So let's go there. So I have, prior to this, I've set up 3 teams, but this is all of the characters I have available to me. This is a fight. It's 3 of those matchups in a row, basically. I have the primary team we just ran as team 2, but then I also have team 1 and team 3 who are slightly different, doing slightly different things. This is the newest character I have. It's probably my 2nd or 3rd legendary for this game, and this character's not fully leveled yet. I don't remember if this comp is any good. It looks pretty bad. Generally, what I try to do is keep my strongest team versus their strongest team. Because if you win 2 of these, there's 2 strategies here, right? If you win 2 of these, you win the entire match. So you can put your weakest team versus their strongest team and then try to beat their weaker teams, or you can try to win all 3 matches. At one point, I had these characters fairly well memorized, but I'm missing them right now. So I can't visually tell what the hell is going on in their team comp, what they're trying to do immediately. But if I recall correctly, this team has the most options. So these are auras, these little icons in the top right of each of these characters. And the auras buff the entire team with that aura. That's a speed aura, and that's a speed aura. This one doesn't have any. This is a fodder team for them. They didn't bother fleshing it out. We should send our weakest team there. But we should try to spend our fastest teams here. We might be faster than this girl with Gorgorob, so let's try this. Let's move our team 2 to team 1. This character has a really unique ability, which I really like, which is like it's kind of like an anti-speed aura. It basically sets up to attempt to react, which a lot of teams can't, which is kind of a unique one for them. Let's try this here. We'll try this here. Okay. All right, so this is the team that we played. This was our classic arena team. We did go first, and you can see they're okay for speed, but they're not super fast. So we're gonna get our full range of things off again. We'll get our buff off. We'll get our debuff off on them. They don't have good gear, so they're gonna die pretty quickly here. So kind of a non-battle there. This one here is the one that's more interesting. They're faster than us, and they started first. And this guy has a nice passive. I'll try to get to him in a minute. So first thing first is we'll debuff their team. This guy has, I thought this was an AoE. Is this not an AoE? Yeah, this is the AoE debuff. So we'll start with an AoE debuff on their team. Oh, their team's very weak. Okay. The problem is my arena rating's down so much since I played last that my teams are much better than theirs. This guy's got a taunt, which disables their damage dealers from attacking me, as well as a defensive buff that we can run out. So let's try the taunt so they can't target who they want. And this guy has a really cool passive. This is Torvin, maybe? Something very similar to that. Who has every time opponents buff themselves, he has a chance of freezing them and they lose a round. So even if we're not faster, and it's really hard to build all your teams be super fast and super high damage, because someone's going to have better gear than you, and you are going to run into teams that are faster than you, this guy has a passive that helps you counteract that by sometimes freezing half their team and breaking down their team comp, which for me is super fun. I was really pleased to get that character. All right, similar deal here. This is another pusher team. It's just a little bit more fragile. So this is a speed buff here. They're pretty slow. This is their fodder team, so this one shouldn't matter. But there's our speed buff. This one has a AoE debuff again. It's a different character doing a very similar thing for that. Is this one? Yeah. And then this girl has an AoE nuke. And there we go. So we take all three of those. Again, the problem is right now that most of our opponents, if we queue into this guy, for example, these are pretty strongly leveled characters. Let's see if it is a bit more of a fight. Let's try to match up again. This doesn't seem like a particular, I mean, these are really tank comps. So that's a health buff, and that's a attack buff for their team. These guys are beefy boys. Let's bring our biggest nukers up there. Is this their throwaway team? I can't tell. These are all very strong heroes. Let's try here. Run into that one. Okay. Yeah, there's reasons to tank your rank. Some of these could be, but it's just I haven't played in like a year, like basically a year before this. So, okay, so here we can see this team is a little bit better set up, our opponents. This gray thing there is a barrier, and the number of indentations on the character line is their health total. So these guys are much tankier than the previous opponents. Now, I'm also very tanky on this team, so we'll see. You're trying to survive the opponent's alpha, so you can sometimes get a second attack off. We're going faster than, which is a super good sign, and then that's the shield buff. So we'll try here. I think I have a steel shield buff, if I remember correctly. Remove shields, block damage, and unkillable buffs from all enemies. So here we might actually want to do that. There's enough shielding here that it might be good to do it. We don't get our Vone, but we do eat all their buffs there. We'll try AoE nuke here again. And then again here. That girl survived, which is kind of annoying. They got a round off. That's a burn. That's a revive, so they resurrected. We're going to go into round 2. I think this is a heal. I can't remember if burn debuffs healing or not. I don't think it does. So this guy doesn't do any damage. He's just super fast. That's his whole thing, and he throws out buffs. So she triggered, she has, I'll show you item equipment in a minute. She's got an item set on that the first time she dies, there's a % chance she doesn't die, which is what's triggered here. So she's technically temporarily invulnerable. They've all acted, so we're not in rush of, our guys are gonna act 3 times in a row first, so I think I'm gonna heal here. This is also a res though, so maybe I just let her die. But I don't think this guy's gonna survive another round, so let's run out the heal. This is another AoE. Although apparently we're not a very good one. Let's run out our debuff again. And then this is also another AoE. This is single target, and this is group. All right. right, so they are getting one more turn, it looks like. We got a counterattack off. Great. And then just this. Yeah. Did you just heal enemy as well? My abilities don't heal enemies. Enemies have all sorts of healing. Some of them trigger off of things you do. So when you're building your PvP teams, a lot of what you're doing is when you pay attention to what the enemy's characters do, you can fit teams that are better able to counter them. But B, you're trying to be resilient to enemy teams as well. You have an arena defense stat too, which is basically how well your team performed. So this is our pusher team again. Go fast. Debuff their team. I think it's this one. No. Triggered a counterattack there. Off 2 of them actually. Then they went. We've got a buff here. Buffs our damage, followed by a big group nuke. That guy's still alive. We need to make sure he dies. I can't remember if Talia has a group nuke or not. Place a counterattack buff. No. Yes. Okay. All right. We've got a debuff to their speed. We just have a single target attack here, which we're going to run out. Tanky boy over here. He can solo our team, maybe. I don't know what his skills are. Can we see? Oops, I did not mean to right click him. Okay. I think I still have so our Aethel's pretty strong too. It just depends how his healing works, because he's triggering passive healing here and I'm not sure what's triggering it. Let's run out a speed buff on us again. Let's refresh that so we go more often. You see how slowly his movement's coming up? How rarely he gets to go? It's because they built this guy like pure tank. What do we have on us right now? There's a way to get info. It's here? Yeah. Okay, this is what I wanted. Let's see what they're working with. They're working with this guy who's got reflect damage and shield. I don't know what that ability, that character does. I recognize this portrait, which probably means it's a pretty decent one. We're currently buffed for crit rate, attack, and speed. But Talia isn't great. I think we're just going to dump damage in again. And that's second wind. I wish I knew how that worked. We are slowly whittling down this HP. He's a very tanky boy. I think these are hotkeyed too. So this is a defense and attack buff. The only problem is it's a per round buff. So I get a 2-round buff and get another turn basically, but it will eat one of my speed turns. I don't think he's going to one-shot our tankier character, so I think this turn we're just going to go straight into our AoE, not buffed, so it's a little bit less damage. I think we want to debuff opponent here. Attack on if it's... No, it's not a very good one right now. Let's just do a single target. We have a chance to deploy a attack speed debuff on them, which we're looking to hit here. We missed. Yeah, he doesn't do shit for damage, so it's probably just going to be a long turn. I can't remember if it's 1, 2, 3 or if it's QWE. Let's try Q. No, let's try 1. I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't. Okay. Anyways. Looks like he's shielding. I think here we will run out our buff. And then get in there. I think we're doing damage to him. Buff ourselves. Nuke his ass. Actually, a debuff on his speed there would have been pretty decent. Talia has a counterattack buff, but it's no good if they're focusing the weakest hero first, which they've already killed, and then they're moving on to the second one. So this is one of the reasons why it was super important to kill his team. Because if he's this tanky, if he had other guys up who could help, yeah, yep. You can build infinite sustain comps. That's part of the goal for a lot of the content in this game. Those are healing stats, so if she dies, I think we probably lose this because I don't know that we can sustain through this or like do damage through his sustain when we lose our healer. I don't know how his abilities work, and I don't. This team doesn't bring a lot of utility to the game. Like this team is a damage team. It's an AoE nuke tune, so it doesn't really have a lot of debuffs or things I can do for protection. Okay, we finally landed a Vone. That's really good. So our damage is going to be higher for this round. But we seem to be triggering their passive. I'm not quite sure what triggers their passive. Is there a time limit for these? No. No time limit. You can quit whenever you want. So like you might run into a comp you can't kill, so it's just better to quit. But here it feels like we're making slow progress, maybe. But we might just be slowly dying. It's tough to tell. I think they should go after Talia next. And Talia has retail. Got the Vone off again. The enemy's name? The enemy's name is... I don't know. Thought it would tell me here, but I don't know. Vergus. Sounds right. I really don't want to attack him. Okay. He's gonna kill what's her face right now. So this is probably a good round to run up our counterattack. Not yet, because we're gonna go twice before they go once. He's got damage reflect on. You can see it doing slow damage to us. We're going to lose our speed buffs, unfortunately. This is my big nuke. That's the one we really like to see kill. Here, we're going to set up counterattack. Oh, it didn't matter because we died before it registered. Probably we don't win here, but I'm not sure. We have some... I don't think this character runs any life leech. My character. Yeah, it looks like we're getting beat up by that heal. Yeah, it's good to see that chunky boy heal go off. All right. So we're going to lose this round. I think this is a best of 3, right? So I think we have 2 more matchups, but this was probably my second strongest team here. So if his other teams are this strong, we might lose this one. Okay. I did deliberately queue into someone with high-looking heroes because I wanted to show you guys that not everything is face roll. Okay. Well, I'm kind of curious, Nomad Shadow. How does their heal work? Is there anything I could have done to play around it? I'll just auto the rest of this and move forward. But yeah, we started by killing 3 of their team members and it didn't matter here. Places a passive shield equal 10% of their max HP whenever they lose more than 10%. Places a 15% continuous heal. So we really want anti-healing. I have an anti-healing character. Suzerain, the Lich Lord guy, has anti-healing, but probably wasn't going to get there in time. All right, so we're going to group debuff. We're going to group buff. How are you going again? Oh, it's a go again ability, apparently. Do you have an AoE, Torben? You do. Remove all buffs from target enemy, then attacks them. No. Attacks all enemies, places a block buff, debuff, and a heal reduction. Yeah. And what's the other one? This is single target. Does it hit everybody? Yeah, it does. All these attacks have modifiers too, so some of them are just better attacks than others. I'm almost certain that this character is my version of this guy is not very leveled, so I'm not quite sure why he's in here. No. Wait, did we win the first round? Oh, we did. So here's good. This is a good example of taking a triple fight. So really, if we thought we weren't able to handle Vergus, what we should have done is run our weakest team into him. This team has some. This team here has anti-healing, so we might have been able to try running our strongest team into it and try to prevent the healing. I think we can queue him again, but maybe not again immediately. Oh, he's blocked out for that one. Okay. Anyway, so that's the arena system in this game, which is fairly fun, fairly entertaining. All right. You can see, meanwhile, and through time, our energy is regenerating right now. What else could we be doing right now? We could be competing in the tournament. Generally, for the tournaments, what you do is you bank these energy regeneration items. So here we have part of the promotion is a bunch of purchases, right? So I've got like 1,000 energy banked right there, right? Which I can collect anytime I want for the next 99 days. And it will overfill this which means that you basically don't get your natural regen during that. But a lot of times you get things like, where is it? Things like this. This is just an energy refill, and you get these from like daily quests. So a lot of times what you're doing is to set up for like an event or a tournament. If you want to take those, is you do a couple days of real light play where you're just completing your dailies and banking up on these things, and then you turn them all in on the day that you're trying to do the event, and you compete for the event to try to win positions on that. What you're trying to do, by and large, in these events is generate a couple rare resources. One of which are the shards for the higher level characters, and some of which are the resources for leveling your characters, particularly level books. So level books here are pretty rare after a certain tier of hero. So it's expensive in terms of time to generate more of these level up books. So what it really means is you can only have a couple heroes who are maxed out unless you're paying money for it, or you're specializing, or you're working on those heroes. So you really want heroes who are both good in lots of comps and then good without a lot of level ups. For example, or who can get level ups in other ways. And the other way you can level up heroes is you can sack the same hero to them. So like this girl here, she's pretty strong and her skills are good when they're leveled up. And the best part about her is you can farm her in the campaign. So you can get more copies of her and then sacrifice those copies to level up her skills. And then, all right, so let's take a look. What are the current events right now? So currently there's a bunch of boosts here. So 10 times chance from ancient shards, 10 times chance from sacred shards. So they often do promotions. They're kind of like cycling promotions on a certain hero who becomes easier to get through those mechanics. And then there's also pity pack stuff, which is if you roll a bunch and you don't get the epics, your chance to get an epic will increase over time. So there's a bunch of mechanics like that for essentially rewarding farming and rewarding throwing. If you buy a bunch of like shards, you're more likely to get it, that kind of thing. So, all right, let's take a quick second and do the other trailer real quick.
All right, it says here your last job was as an attacker in the raid against the Spider Dungeon. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. It really...
You really think you can train me to be a 6-star?
6-star? I think it. Oh, I can't. No, do it again. Keep your shield up. Come on.
I'm ready.
Okay, tomorrow we talk about tactics.
Over 400 champions and Death Knight.
You really...
All right. Moving through. All right, so what do we want to do, chat? We could try a little bit of storyline progression. We could try some more arena fights. We could try some of the dungeons. I'll show you one more dungeon just before we do it to show you some of the other mechanics that show up. This one's a fairly interesting one. So this boss here, we'll run it on stage 13, question mark. Who are my people here? Oh, there's also affinities, which are basically, there's 3 colors, red, blue, and green. And the red, blue, green characters are, you can see the affinity chart in the middle here. Blue is strong versus green, green is strong versus red, red is strong versus blue. So I think, and then Void. Void is basically equal versus everyone. Let's try one fight versus the spider with the people I have here. Then let's try team setups. So we'll run this one, probably run this one manually. This is a good example of using a weaker character. So this is just a green bordered character, which means it's a common. Athel's one of the starting rares, and then I have 3 epics here. There's no legendaries in this team comp. Then, am I really running this guy in these still? All right, let's see what we're doing here. This is a different type of mechanic. This one is a swarm generator kind of hero. So she has a bunch of buffs here. I don't want to auto this quite yet. All right. Attack all enemies. Damage increases by 15% if the target is poisoned. Attacks all enemies has a 70% chance of decreasing the turn meter by 30%. And it sleeps you if it knocks your turn meter to 0. Spawn spiderlings every round. Spawn spiderlings every champion's turn. And spawn spiderlings at the end of her turn. And then if she gets to a certain number of spiders, she eats them, heals for a bunch, and then increases her attack damage. So she scales up over time. And then she's got 2 other abilities here. Immune to heal reduction, so you can't prevent her from healing. And immune to a bunch of CC effects. So you have to have a mix here of killing the spiders fast enough or DPSing her out. God, I can't remember if this team can auto or not. And when you build these, like mostly what happens is when you're going for each level of the dungeon, you're like, all right, well, I want to do level 14. My character's only strong enough to auto 13, and the rewards on 13 are worse than level 14. So I'll manual it at max level or auto it at the level below is generally what happens. Let's see how this team does. feel like this was a manual setup for some reason. I thought I had someone. Oh yeah, so this guy's got a. So this guy's really good here. So not this guy. This guy's absolute dog shit. What does he do? This one here. It's a revive. So not this guy either. Where is it? I want to see shield guard. All right, right here. So this guy is a common with a really interesting ability, which is attack all enemies, and I fill the turn meter so I can go again by 20% for each critical hit. So if you build this guy with stacking crit, on this fight here, he'll go twice every single time he comes through this. And here it didn't quite go twice. It looks like it either missed some or somebody else has already turned meter full. I don't think we're actually going to survive this encounter, by the way, but we'll see. I feel like we wanted them to focus him too, because he heals off that. But maybe it wasn't this fight. Can't remember. Problem is I was setting up all these things a million years ago and I haven't played it in a while. Yeah, so that's when he eats the stuff, gets the damage buff, full healed. I don't think we're handling this at all. I think we're losing this fight, chat. So if you do lose a fight, your characters don't die or lose progress or anything, but you have spent the energy invested to get into the fight. I like this fight because it's different, right? There's a number of different mechanics for each of the bosses, and I think they do a fairly good job of giving you bosses with different mechanics. There's reasons to invest in different characters. Some fights are very good for AoE, some fights are good for a specific target the enemies to target. Like, for example, this fight might actually be a good one for us to target. Depends. I don't know if we're doing enough damage to output their healing right now. It looks like we're making progress, but the first guy's already down, which is generally a pretty bad sign from your auto comps. And I like the autoplay feature. I find it actually really great. Because once you do this fight a couple times, you understand what you want your guys doing, and they often take multiple repetitions of it. And I like just firing off auto and seeing how my pre-built characters work. Now, even better, I want to play with that feature. It's a new feature since I played last of allowing you to choose which skills to use. But that's a game changer, right? Because now instead of just firing off random abilities that don't help, you can customize how they use them, which seems great. So you can see our guy's doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's tanking the damage, AoEing a little bit. Hopefully he full heals off this next wave before dying. I think he ought to. If he gets to go before then. There's the speed boost. There's the not quite a full heal. So he is slowly decreasing in health here, it looks like. But he does have lifesteal gear on. I haven't showed you guys a gearing menu yet. I'll show you a gearing menu in a minute. There's a shit ton of different sets that all do different things. So you can customize the hell out of your guys, which is fun. So they did full heal again. He's also, so you can control slightly. So part of the fight for this, for example, is I think it's HP based. So if I remember correctly, enemies always attack the character with the lowest HP. Now, maybe that's not right. Maybe it's the lowest defense stat. I've forgotten exactly how it is right now in this game. But basically, this character is set up in such a way that they get targeted all the time. But they're also designed to do that. They're also a tank. And the tank version of this guy, he's designed to take damage and then heal through it. So we want them focusing him, because when they focus him, they don't focus their other guys, and our other guys aren't tanks and can't survive it. When I played manually, it was worse than using auto. No, it's just that you have to run 5 to this, and I can't remember if this guy is like, it's a comp problem basically. I think this guy's filler in this fight right now. I can't remember why he's in this lineup. It's just the lineup I had saved. So he probably just shouldn't be in this room at all, is basically what it was. The guy who died. But I don't know why you would want to play this game manually, is I guess what I'm saying. Like, I almost, once you understand what you're setting up and you tweak your guys to do what you want them to do, it's not super fun to press the buttons to do the same abilities you've done 10,000 times before, right? The goal is to see how your comp behaves, like how well it does. Am I trying to level up? No. So the spider drops resources. So in this case, it's gear. This looks like a pretty bad roll, but I'll show you. So this is part of the gearing process. So each of the stages, each of the bosses has different gear that they drop. The spider drops rings, amulets, and banners, which are basically jewelry attachments to your armor. These 5 here, the green, white, blue, red, purple, these drop items that help you level up the rank of your character, I believe. I think that's what it is. Each of these drops different sets. The dragon drops the accuracy, speed, lifesteal, destroy, toxic, frost, and daze sets, and avenging and stalwart. The spider drops ring, amulet, and banner slot stuff. The Fire Knight drops Fury, Curing, Immunity, Shield, Crit Damage, Frenzy, etc. sets. So you go to each of these locations for a couple reasons. 1, to gear up. 2, to level characters if you can support a weaker character in the composition while the rest of the composition carries it. And 3, because you have a lot of rewards that give you things like more resources to go into specific things. So if we take a look at some of these champions, so like Tyrell here, Tyrell, is set up for a bunch of things. Here's the gear Tyrell's wearing. Tyrell's in lifesteal gear here, which is generally PvE gear, because in PvE a lot of times you're looking to sustain for extended periods of time. So lifesteal, and there's multiple sets being here. So these 4 purple ones, this one, this one, this one, this one, this is the lifesteal set. Lifesteal set has multiple bonus. That is not the lifesteal set, is it? Yes, it is. 4 artifacts of that set gives me 30% lifesteal out of that. He's also running a set here that's a mix of accuracy and speed. Accuracy is the landing your debuff stat. So if you look through the stats here on the bottom right where I'm sitting, let me see if I can move my character over, my webcam over. Yoink. So these stats here, HP, attack is basically a damage stat. Defense is a damage stat for characters who are defense spec'd, like Tyrell, who have defense as their primary attribute. Speed is how often you're taking turns. Crit rate is what it sounds like, your chance to crit. Your crit damage is your modifier to your crit damage. Resist is your chance to resist enemy debuffs. Enemies have a set like accuracy rate, so part of your progression is keeping all these stats ahead of the enemy's attacks. And then accuracy is your chance to land your own debuffs. So this character has basically 3 debuffs, so their accuracy for them is super important. We're at 230 accuracy. There's a bunch of breakpoints in the game. This accuracy is basically so high because our goal is to consistently land debuffs against certain bosses. So that's kind of what you're doing for that. So you generate a ton of gear. So I don't know how much gear I have right now, but if I look here, let's see here. So this is your weapon slot. Can you change skills? You can't change skills. No. But you can level your skills and you can change gear. And remember, the gear gives a lot of secondary things. Like, for example, Suzerain here is in triple, I think this is triple perception, which is speed and accuracy set. Like this girl is in a mix of lifesteal and perception gear. Let's see, this girl is probably in a mix of speed. Yeah, almost all speed stuff, etc. It's right, skills are inherent on characters. Although there are some unlocks for skills. Like I think this character, can I see this? I'm not sure I can see that. There's their skills. Some of their skills start locked. They generally have 3 skills, and there's 1 skill that sometimes starts locked, and you have to reach some level requirement for them or unlock requirement. Okay. Excuse me. So I guess the question is, chat, we've got a bunch of energy, like both some banked as well as a ton of energy through the stuff that Raid did for this promotion for me. And then we've got some shards, so we can open up fancy heroes if we want. We can go do some more PvP if we want. What do you guys want to do? We can try to spec some characters a little differently. We can try to build a comp to beat one of the bosses I haven't beat yet, although there's no guarantee we'll succeed in that. Story mode is not very interesting, quite honestly. The story is fine, but the story repeats for each difficulty. And at this point, we're on difficulty 4, which means we beat the full story 3 times. And it does play through it, which is okay, and there's decent rewards in there, but it's not a particularly exciting thing to do. So I don't really want to do story mode. If you guys have other suggestions, I'm certainly willing to hear them. Just collecting the stuff that doesn't have a cap on it. We could level up some different characters. We could try to we could roll some shards and see if we get fancy new characters, etc. little bit more PvP. Okay, remember, it's only, I don't know what that resource is. That's new. What the hell is that? Oh, 20 additional multi-battle attempts. Okay. That's nice. Okay. All right. I could show you clan boss. Pop some packs. All right. Well, I'll do both. All right. So let's take a look here. All right. Who is the champion of the month? This guy. 10% extra chance to roll this guy out of shards. Who the fuck is he? Inquisitor Shamuel. What's he do? So his primary, his basic auto attack. Attacks one enemy, has a 50% chance of decreasing the duration of a random buff by 1 turn. If you level the skill up, attack one enemy has a 50% chance of decreasing the duration of a random buff. Every time an enemy places a debuff on an ally, uses a skill against that enemy. Oh, that's kind of cool. So basically, this is probably a PvP character then. Because basically, every time your opponents cast a group debuff, this guy has a 50% chance of auto-attacking them and debuffing them, which is kind of neat. What's the second ability? Attack one enemy 3 times. Will ignore 25% of the target's defense. Will ignore further 25% of target's defense for each buff on this champion. So, gonna hit really hard. You just buff him 3 times or something, and he's gonna be ignoring 100% of their armor. Places a True Fear debuff on all enemies for 1 turn if this attack kills an enemy. True Fear is awesome. It's like -1 turn. And then Dauntless. Each critical hit fills this champion's turn meter by 7.5%. Whenever an ally receives a Fear or True Fear debuff from an enemy, this skill will instantly remove the debuff and fill the ally's turn meter. So he protects you from Fear and True Fear. And what's his aura? His aura is an accuracy aura, but only in Doom Tower. He actually seems pretty good. I don't know his basic stats here. So a lot of times how impactful a character is often basically how good their stats are, and I don't know his stats compared to others. How is he, chat? Do you guys know how he is in general? Is like he a decent character? He seems pretty good from his quick read of his abilities. We can compare it to this stuff. Who's this guy? The Masked Fearmonger. Attack one enemy 2 times. Each hit decreases the target's turn meter by 7.5%. Meh. Reduce the cooldown of this champion's Taste of Despair skill by 1 turn. Yeah. So we need True Fear for this guy to work. Does he have Fear? He does. Attack one enemy. Has a 75% chance of placing a Fear debuff and a 75% chance of placing a 30% decreased speed debuff. Has a 75% chance of placing a True Fear debuff on 2 enemies for 1 turn. This attack kills enemy. No, he's not going to do it regularly. Yeah, chat, if you're interested in this game, remember you can play it free to play. It's designed to give you much faster progression and more playtime at the cost of money. If you're happy doing that, by all means, do that as well. You can support me directly by download and playing through the tutorial if you haven't played already. It's totally understandable if you're burnt out on that. It's not something you have to do, but it does increase the value of the sponsorship for me. What does this girl do? She's like a undead dwarf. Surprising Swiftness. Attack one enemy has 40% chance of increasing the cooldown. 80% chance of casting sleep on all enemies for 1 turn. Wait, isn't that the same? Oh, there's a second. Whenever an enemy loses a sleep debuff. Huh, that's decent. She's also got a speed aura, so she's another pusher hero. Except she doesn't have a push. So she's a leader hero for a PvP team who can sleep the enemies. So sleep is actually really good with Teyral. Teyral has a secondary effect if opponents are sleeping, right? Place a sleep debuff on an ally. Heals that ally by 50% of their max HP and fills their turn meter by 50% when the sleep buff expires or gets removed. Huh. She looks like the lady from Dune. Maybe she's a Dune write-in. She's definitely a dwarf. My dwarf team sucks. And what's the 3rd promoted hero right now? We already looked. This guy. Also a Knight Revenant. Attacks one enemy. 20% chance to provoke. Place a 50% decreased attack debuff. Attack all enemies. Shield buff. I don't know what Strengthen is. Is Strengthen a new buff? That doesn't run. Doesn't ring a bell. I don't remember Strengthen. All right. I guess the point being that in general you want to save. So if you're playing this free to play, or even if you're playing this non-free to play, you generally want to save Void and Sacred Shards for special chances, because the basic chance of these isn't high enough that you want to do that regularly, unless there's a reason to. Like basically, you want to wait till you get one of these big multipliers to roll these cards, these things out. Now, I'm not playing this game, so we can roll these just for the shits and giggles of it. But it's not tends to be a super valuable. She's very good though, Madame Saris, right? She's a really strong PvP tune. Applies fears, debuffs, and true fears. I kind of would love to have this character. So how do we get that? She was. I don't know if she's been nerfed. They balance these champions from time to time too. So what is this? Guaranteed champion for 11 hours and 40 minutes. Target champion boost, check summon. So what, if we eat 30 of these, we guarantee it? But 30 is way more than we have. And I think I already recruited all the ones I have. So it doesn't seem like that's going to do anything for us. There's not an increased chance of rolling her. I do like the forced events like this. Like for example, they do a lot of they do a lot of promotions. So like during a time period, you might be able to do a bunch of things and get a character guaranteed. And then another way to do it is through fusion, which is basically you level and upgrade other characters, and you eat those characters and combine them to make a better character. So, all right, 25% less damage, pretty much best buff. Interesting. Okay. All right, so you guys said PvP and opening packs, huh? Didn't look like pack opening was super interesting for us, by and large. Targeted champion boost, check summon info for details. What's the targeted champion? These targeted champion boost here, 10%, 10 times chance is a little bit better. Oh, and this guy's just already 10% extra, 10 times extra from these. What does this guy do? Leorius the Proud. Attack one enemy 2 times, decrease defense, blah. Attack all enemies, immune to stun, blah, blah, blah. It's not very good either. Attack all enemies, A+. This is a true fear. That's pretty fucking good. How fast is he? 101. Isn't 101 fast? Huh. I think 101 is like Gorgorov speed, but I don't remember. Let's take a look at one of my faster characters. So my fastest character is this guy. I don't remember his stats. How do I see his stats? Maybe through champions? Yeah, his speed's 92. Jesus, 101 like insanely fast? I expect there's probably power creep. Aethel's 104. That looks kind of like that character might be reasonable. That might be a character we might want in our lineup. Clan event bosses? Clan event bosses. I don't have a clan right now because I haven't been playing for a while. This character looks good. Is this character good, chat? I don't have any people capable of placing True Fear, and True Fear is a very powerful debuff. I can't remember exactly what it does. There's a way to look it up, like status effects somewhere. Where is it? They have a pretty decent wiki for this game, and there's a lot of supporting websites that help out with this a lot. Where do I see what True Fear does? Index somewhere, probably. This is the champion index. It's probably not through there. I don't think we're in a clan right now. We're not. Champions. Oh, right. So okay. And it just, I should mention this while we're here. So champions also have a mastery tree, which is pretty interesting. Basically, you choose between, you choose 2 of the 3 trees to unlock. You can reset these from time to time. They're kind of expensive to do so, but it lets you specialize the character a bit more, as well as skills, skill level ups, and then items, which are the things that make up a character by and large. I don't recall what True Fear does. I think it eats their entire turn. It seems like a decent one. We could try opening a couple. So what is it? It's an extra chance of Void Shards to open this guy, and these are the extra chances from Sacred Shards. What does this do? So this is the people who come out of the legendaries. Increase speed, increase crit rate, increase defense. These debuffs cannot be resisted. My God, all right. right. Well, let's I think that's. I don't mind looking for this guy. We could open 10 void shards maybe. I don't have anyone. I'm not playing this game right now, so I guess I don't mind. If you guys want to, do one pack, you guys want to summon 10 of these Garrels. FAQ and guys are on the left side of the main screen. Thanks. Do we roll for this? What do you think, chat? Fire it off. See if we pick up that dude. All right. Uh-oh. Oh no, we're rolling all blue out of our void shards. Feels bad. All right, 0 epics out of the epic shards. That would be so painful if I were playing this game right now. So basically we took purple shards, which are quite rare, and downgraded them into ancient shards. Oh no. All right, so no purples for us. Streamer luck indeed. Where should we go? Let's do some more arena maybe. Because I already have the arena team set up, which is nice. All right, maybe we can climb the arena ladder real quick. Let's do some more triple fights. Those tend to be pretty. This is an easy one. We have tons of this resource sitting in our bags, so let's just fire off any quick fights. I'm gonna auto all these. I'm gonna grab another beer right back, chat. All right, more fodder fights. We can probably handle single levels at this rank. We're probably faster than them. I think there's an auto all fight there as well, but I don't generally auto PvP fights because generally you can take advantage of that guy's a big nuker. I wanted to check out that skill manager too. I have her. She's really good. I think she's in my clan boss fight mode. Could also see if I have clan boss stuff available. We could join some random team and run some clan boss if you guys want. There it is. Start on auto. Okay. I'll show you what the arena rewards do in a second too. So it's just another way to build stats on all your characters. Basically, over time, every time you win arena fights, you generate a resource. The resource can be is this resource right here, and that one. This gold bar thing is used for purchasing. I think it's purchasing stuff. This is my arena experience, and where is it here? If I go out of here real quick, there's like a building you can use to level up your guys. I think it's the. It's been a little while. Forge? Not Forge. Forge is crafting gear. Is it a building or was it somewhere stationary? The Great Hall. That sounds right. So you can focus what your characters are getting. It breaks it down by affinity of your character. So void, red, green, blue. And you can focus their stats basically. And the benefit of doing this is you can, it's global stats that you get over time. Like this thing, for example, is currently giving us 50 to accuracy. This is giving us 15 to resistance, etc. So you can spec them to be a little bit better overall, and it just allows meta progression for fighting these. And you get arena tokens daily for free. So it behooves you, if you're playing the game regularly, to keep those going because they're just beneficial. All right, let's go back to a couple more arena fights. We'll do some classics, and then we'll refresh both, and then we'll see what else. So this. I probably beat this. This is a nuker with a reser team. Yeah, get shit on. Okay. We'll farm through these. This one looks pretty weak as well. It's got a pusher, a healer, and another speed pusher. 2 speed pushers means they're trying to go fast. I don't know if we survive. I don't know this character at all. What is this character? I don't know if we survive that or not. We might. Could try it. Team power is not super relevant. If it's way, way, way bigger than you, it's worth taking a moment to consider. But mostly it's about speed here. So we'll see. So we did go first, although it was super close. That's good. It is, look, it is W. So this is AWE for skills. Okay. Couple more farming arena things. 50, 60. All right, looks good. We'll refresh the list here. Okay, and then we'll refresh. We'll do this roughly simultaneously. Any more in here? Should take this one. This is probably an auto win. Okay. I found this to be a great time filler. This is probably my favorite mobile game I've ever played. I did play a little bit on PC too. When I don't know if you guys remember last year when I was working at an office because my house lost internet for 2 months or whatever and power for a month after that huge storm that came through Iowa, and I was forced to rent a place. That meant I didn't have my PC at home, so I couldn't play a lot of the other games that I would want to play in general. So I found this game to be a really entertaining way to spend some evenings, which was really nice. All right. Let's go in here, fight some more battles on here. This is probably doable. We want to do damage versus this guy. I think we'll move these around just slightly. All right, we can start to see the progression we're making in the arena too for ranks. I can't remember if it's once a week or once a couple times a week where your arena rank will charge up based on what you've done. So here we're kind of in the bottom ranks of arena, so there's a lot of like scrubbed compositions to play with. It was kind of annoying to me because when I was playing this game regularly, I never once got, like, the raid promotions, like, I missed like their cycle somehow. So it would have been fun to play to do a promotion for this while I was in the peak of my enjoyment of this game. Because at the moment I'm a little rusty and I don't remember a lot of the specifics of things. Like, I was super psyched to get this guy. Yeah, exactly. That's what I found too, Fudgeinator. When I was traveling long distance in the car, it was really nice to be able to play this like when my wife was driving, kind of deal. All right. Continue to farm the arena. A couple more in here. This one should be doable. That guy's scary. I think we should run best comp versus him. I think we can kill him. We'll definitely kill the other two though. So even if we lose the front one, we can get the other two. Maybe we'll go through a couple more boss fights in a minute. Tangy boy. That guy doesn't do any damage, so I think even this crap team can beat it. I don't know why this team is here. This team is, I don't remember this team being a PvP comp. I wonder if I was like in between moving 2 comps around when I stopped playing. Because this team doesn't look like a really fleshed out team to me. It looks like it looks like this guy in particular is a filler for me. There's also the issue of like moving specs around. So some of my PvP spec characters, I might have wanted them to be PvE spec so I could make progress in certain dungeons. So maybe I just have like some backup guys for team 3. Because a lot of times you can make do with 2 very strong teams and a fodder team and then just manually set up who you're versing. So that your best teams are versus the squishier opponents and still make the arena progress. All right, what else? This looks pretty doable. Just match up strongest teams again. I really like this game on auto. I know some people don't. And actually the sponsorship was like, don't play it on auto. But I think it misses the point of not playing it on auto. I don't think it detracts from the game to play it on auto. I think it adds to the game. Because what you're doing, or at least for me, the enjoyment was building the teams and understanding how they behaved, not so much pushing the buttons. So for me, it's kind of, I really do want to highlight that because I think that's a perk of the game. Perhaps as a viewer, it's hard to understand what's going on for just the new stuff. But let's cruise through a little bit more arena, then we'll switch over and do some dungeoning. Let's see. Cherry pick the fights that we think we can win. Oh, we're out of tokens anyways. Although we have more tokens banked, I believe. So let's cash in some banked tokens. Those ones are group fights, right? So bottom of the list first. That one. Those are regular PvP tokens, right? Oh god, I can't remember it. Yeah, we want these ones. Okay. All right, tag team arena refill. Let's do it. Fire off that one. Uh-oh. I don't know this hero again. She seems very tanky. Continuous heal is okay. I was expecting her to kill the entire team there. That guy's a big nuker if I remember correctly. Yes, exactly. Autos only, like, I tended to manually fight close PvP battles because you can sometimes win fights that the auto won't get you otherwise. Okay. We probably need to wait for this to refresh before we fire off any others. The rest of these are a little bit sketchier. We probably could if we forced it, but I'm not sure we need to. Take a look at the solo PvP here. We have 6 more tokens for this. Let's fire these off. This one's very doable. Okay. Get our tokens going again. So we don't want to give Kale a nuke. I don't know quite what the issue was there, why my guy was frozen. Could have ended poorly. We almost can sweep the whole group, which is nice too. When you're low level arena, it's so easy to level up, which is great. Gives you a ton of resources for pretty low investment of time. I'm not so sure about that group. This group looks pretty doable. I don't know that guy in the red suit. Lord Champfort. Okay. Max level is 60, so when you see 50s across the entire team, it's sometimes a bit of a sign that the team's a little weaker. A lot of times you don't need to level all the characters to 60, and it costs you a bunch of resources to do so. So like having the speed booster only be level 40 or 50 tends to be pretty reasonable. Like here, like I would consider this probably over leveled, and I bet you if I queue into this, there's just a lot of resources invested in that team. Here, this character is 48, but is actually rank 6, which means they could be up to rank 60, which means they're basically as good as they're going to get anyway. So that's probably the safest roll through of these. We're out of tokens for the moment anyways. Let's move on and do a clan boss, I think. So I have to join a clan for this. So I'm just going to look for one. How do I find... Isn't there a way to tell clans that don't require... There's some that are like free to join, right? I don't know how to tell those though. Clan boss is kind of fun. It's a infinite, it's not quite an infinite, but it's a nearly infinite health boss that your clan as a whole has to attack. So you're trying to do the maximum sustain comps. So a lot of the comps are based around beating the mechanic of the boss, and the clan bosses are basically how close to infinite can you go? Filter on the top right? Could be. What's that button? Clan search. Sort by level, activity, ranking. No, I don't care about those. We want open clans. There we go. So these are open clans. We can join any of these. Oh, that's new. I don't remember if there were player power levels before. So we can join this one. It's a level 6, whatever that means. It's actually full right now. That one's full. That one's full. That one's full. Really, they don't sort by not full? Feels bad. Feels bad. English, open clan. I guess we can show all of them. Do not show full clans. There we go. Let's try this again. Can join this one at 29. And this one at 29 as well. It does matter. It probably doesn't matter for today's stream, but in general, you'd like to join a clan that's doing decent progress and at roughly your level because the rewards match up better that way. We'll join these guys and see what we get out of it. All right, I don't really care about the members, but I do care about the clan boss right now, which is this guy. All right, they've cleared the easy boss. I think we were fighting at normal and brutal, but it might have been brutal and nightmare. We'll run one into hard here. Probably. So it uses a resource. Resource accumulates over time. I think it's 12 hours in between keys or something. I guess this is my clan boss team. I definitely remember her being part of it. It's just been a while since we've done this. All right, let's start here. Check it out. So basically, this health is from other people in the clan fighting them, but you'll see how little damage we do here. I'm going to auto this. The whole point of this comp is, so speed buff here for everybody. This girl has both a big damaging attack as well as a chance to apply a weakness, I believe, which is like basically extra damage to them. Can't remember if that's in there or not. This guy has group defense, which is pretty important in this fight, which essentially reduces the incoming damage. And then this guy has a Vone, I believe. And then I can't remember what she does. What does she do? Attacks one enemy 2 times. Oh, she's a poisoner. All right, let's auto this out and see what happens. Hey, cutie. So the goal is as close to infinite as we can do here. But his damage scales up over time. So essentially it will be a limitation. And this is, again, like, why would you ever play this? I think this is hard clan boss, but I haven't played a clan boss in like a year. So this is a clan boss team from when I last was playing that I don't really remember how it works right now. And I was a free to play player, so I didn't have access to all the characters. Yeah, I'm glad you're still here, by the way, Karth. I thought that was probably the end of our relationship earlier. Anyway. Yeah, I like the game. It's funny because I promoted this game a number of times now. There's been a number of sponsorships on my channel, and chat generally as a whole is really streamers as a whole are really down on this game, and I actually really like this game. I played it for maybe like 3 months or so, pretty regularly, like doing my dailies during that time period, which was fun. So here you're looking, the number that matters here is the turn count and the total damage. The boss gets like scaling damage buffs. I think it's every 10 turns, but maybe it's, I think it might be every 10. And I think by the time you're getting to like turn 20, you're starting to see like the huge damage off these things. So this comp is doing okay right now. It looks like we have decent sustain, fair number of important debuffs. It's really important to get attack debuffs on the boss, like this one here. Poison is percent-based damage, so poison on a boss with 1 billion of health is really good. Weakness makes everyone else's damage higher, including the poison damage. And then keeping things like armor buffs on the team is really good for mitigating the boss damage here. So we don't currently have an armor buff up, which is a bit concerning, but we'll see. I'm not imagining this, Karth. It was you who I was yelling at earlier today, right? Yeah, it is. It was. Okay, good. I thought for a second I'd forgotten. And the only reason why I bring it up is like later, I don't know if you were watching the entire stream or not, but We got a couple of trolls coming in today. Some racist trolls. Some... is it racist? Is anti-Semitic racist? I don't even fucking know. It's whatever bizarre form of people were in there today. Okay, anyways. So there was a guy who came in asking some fairly ambiguous questions who was trolling that we banned a couple people for that today. It just... the point was more along the lines of, it's... as a streamer, I get enough random hate from trolls and people like that it's really easy to get down that cycle of kind of negativity of believing that ambiguous comments are negative. So yeah, definitely bigoted. Bigoted is accurate, but bigot is like an unspecified type of hate towards something, right? Xenophobe, well, that's a weird one to answer to that, because people of different races are not alien, right? Xenophobe is you know, I guess it can be hatred of the other, but it's really hatred of alien, right? So I don't know. Oh, they're definitely something. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but the point is that that's just part of the life of being a streamer, is you deal with people who are deliberately trying to be antagonistic as regularly as possible, and that's just a regular day in and day out of being a streamer. All right, comp's doing okay. So this is mostly a lifelink comp. We can see the debuff stacking up on the boss, which is good. Prevents them from one-shotting us. We're moving towards the round count here. This looks like it's a little lower difficulty than I was probably running this comp on. This is a hard clan boss, and I think normally we were running the one after hard, but I'm not bad. It's not too bad here. Their in-game marketing is awful. I don't know their in-game marketing strategy. I know how they make money as a company, right? Which is this is like the rule of 10% kind of deal, basically, which is the bulk of their money comes from people putting a lot of money into this at the top levels of this. And there's a lot of people who play this for less than that. And I have no judgment. If you want to spend disposable income on a game like this and have fun with it, no judgment there whatsoever. But you can absolutely play this game free to play, and it's pretty fun. Yep. I like this as a free to play game because I like the limited resources. All right, so you can see we're starting to accumulate a little bit of damage. This is round 17 on our shaman there. Now, the interesting part of this too is, imagine you were not autoing this. Like, you will get slightly better performance out of not autoing, but man, the whole point of this boss in particular is long sustained fights. The last thing I want to do is not auto this. Level 84, finished Faction War. That's nice. Faction War is really hard for me as a free-to-play player. It's really hard to get decent characters from multiple factions that you want to invest in. So I'll show you guys the contribution in a minute. It can be fun for this. I did move clans around a couple times looking for a good clan that was roughly that. The other thing you can ask clan people, which is nice, is how valuable certain heroes are. You can ask about builds for heroes, which was fun. Yep, mid guy's dead. We will, as various pieces of the comp get peeled away, the efficiency of the comp goes down. So we will, it's not necessarily the end just because that's happened, but it is the beginning of the end. Not a lot to commentate here. We haven't moved that health bar much at all, but see that AoE is getting stacked up in damage. This is lifesteal gear that they're running. They're running lifesteal gear specifically for this boss. This is the boss where it's most important because it's the longest amount of fighting. This boss has had all of the milkshake. Our two strongest characters. This is my best hero by far. And this is one of your starting characters. The starting characters are a lower tier of character, but are very strong for their tier. Counter attack with lifesteal, pretty nice here. Alright. So for comparison, there's the damage from everyone. You can see Frozen Banshee doing all of the work. This is the percent-based damage, poison dot she was applying for a hit. So even though last two people alive got extra rounds, doing okay damage, all the damage came out of the poison dot, which is why she's so strong. The percent-based poisoners are so strong on this stage. All right, so let's go back to, I think it's edit team. And then if I look at the That's pretty nice in-game stuff for talking about how the boss works. There's a lot of resources in this game, ton of it if you want to know what you're doing. There's a lot of really good streamers or content creators in this game too. So if we look at contributions to hard mode right here, this was us doing 14.88. It looks like one of the teams ran through doing 29 million, so double ours, and this guy did about what we did there. So maybe that's roughly where we should be. I don't want to waste time on brutal here. We would probably be a little bit less good here, but it doesn't look like this clan is attempting brutal. And although I'm never going to play in this clan again in all likelihood, while we're here, we might as well offer the best we can. So we have one more key here, so we can do another round into hard if we want to get them another chunk of damage. Doesn't look like they've done actually all that much today. Actually, they actually look like they're farming Ultra Nightmare, since Ultra Nightmare is down 46%. Oh, is it twice the damage? I didn't even notice the number of keys they use. That's true. The guy beneath us. Well, it's a progression thing, right? Because this is really a single player game with some aspects of like leaderboards, you're not really competitive with the other players. It isn't bad that this player did this. They probably just have a lower power level team and probably are less advanced in progression in this game than I am. So it's tough to really be like judgy about it because there's no reason to be judgy about it. We could show up in here and try to clean this out for them. Let's help the lower level guys and let's clean out normal for them. So the way it works in this game is full clears of the bosses are worth something. So you can see kind of here what happens when you do this. You get these chests. These chests are for everyone who participated in that boss, basically. So for here, let's go help the guy in normal. Why not? We'll fire this off again. We'll run it on auto again. This will probably be a little bit longer because it's a weaker level dungeon, but hey, we're here. We're streaming it. We're streaming it for a promotion. Let's help the little guys here. All right, chat, what would we like to see next? We got some dungeons we could run. We've got some more PvP we could do. We could, I'm a little hesitant to offer things like moving equipment around and speccing characters because it's been so long since I've done that I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be bad at it, although I'm willing to poke around with it if it's something that's fun. We could try leveling up Tormund, who is very good, who I like as well, Karth. That's the character I got right before I stopped playing the game, and they're not fully level 60 yet. So we could run some campaign farming. I could show you guys how you level characters in this game by and large, if you want. I don't know. Let me know. Happy to do any of these things. Team might go infinite here. We'll be doing the darkest kind of dungeons coming up Tuesday. Pack going. I don't think I have any more packs. We rolled. We opened a 10 pack of Void Shards, and got 10 rares, which is brutal. What the day-to-day looks like? Okay, I can do that. Happy to point that out, Fudgeator. Is 2-time voided on Friday? I didn't even know. Anyway. Yeah, very expensive to burn void stars like that. If I were still playing this game regularly, I wouldn't have done that. But for stream, it's okay. You know, they're providing me a bunch of resources as part of the stream experience, so I can spend those resources to make the stream experience interesting. But if I were playing this free to play like I was for those couple months, I would not have wasted void shards like that for sure, because you don't get them often enough to spend them flippantly. If you're, I mean, the game. So the raid gets a bad rep for being predatory, but it's not really predatory. It's essentially, it gives you shortcuts via money. And if you have bad impulse control, then this game does become a little bit predatory in that sense, right? Which is, it becomes hard for you to say no to. But if you have bad impulse control, you really shouldn't be playing games like this, right? Because if you have decent or normal impulse control and are happy to understand how it works, you get it. You understand that you could shortcut this shit, but it's a single player game. You don't need to shortcut it. Part of the fun is the progression of your own stuff in that. So, it is 2 times. So this is a toggle. So this is 1 time. This just means it's already at 2 time. fine. It gives me time to chill, drink my beer, relax. So, oh God. So I gotta remember now. I watched, when I was playing this game pretty regularly, I was watching a couple of streamers do it too. I was watching Hell Hades, who's like one of the big names in streaming of this game. I don't know if he still plays this game or not. I haven't looked at that channel for months. But it was a pretty awesome resource site. A lot of good guides, ratings of all the heroes, guide videos from most of the heroes, and also a really cool website that you could subscribe to. I think it was supposed to be free at some point, but when I was playing, it was still pay to access for gear optimization, which was really cool. He was just an excellent content creator for this game. And I was also watching a couple streamers play entirely, and he's kind of like a whale in the sense that sponsored heavily by the company, so has basically infinite resources. So doing all the max level stuff with characters, like max skill points assigned, how good are they, happy to move stuff around. And then I was watching a number of content creators who were doing free-to-play runs. So they're basically seeing their progression with zero money spent on it. And those were really cool to watch too, because you could see like, well, okay, for example, for my free-to-play account, I opened a Tayrel. Tayrel's fucking nuts. This hero is so good. I use this hero. You probably notice this hero has been in all of my PvP comps, in all of my PvE comps, basically, because this hero is just good at basically everything. So this becomes run defining for me. It defines the entirety, by and large, of what my game experience with this game looks like until I find other people of that quality. So I want this character in as many of my comps as possible because it's so strong. Yep, and I like to see that. Like, it's fun to watch for me because I like limited resources games. You know, I play. Let's not bring Magic into it. I'm not even convinced I like Magic. I play it a lot, but I'm not convinced I like it. Like, a lot of the games we play are about balancing resources, and the meta game of playing Raid Shadow Legends is resource management. And I played it up until I found that my subconscious was waking me up in the morning because it was waking me up to hit time goals. So I'll be like, okay, my clan boss key is up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And my subconscious wake me up at like 7:30 and be like, it's time to get up to get your raid key. And I'm like, okay, when that happened, I'm like, all right, I need to stop. For me, that was to stop. That was the point I stopped, when my body was like regulating that for me. Because I'm like, I don't really want that kind of impact on my life. But I had a lot of fun with it. Like, I played a lot of hours in this game and actually had a blast with it by and large. It's super chill. And like, I'm sitting here drinking some beers, but this is often how I played this game, right? I would fire up the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet would give me things like this, where it'd be like, okay, why is my spreadsheet not firing up? Hold on. Oh, did I close the raid sheet? God damn it. So I would set goals on a spreadsheet, basically, and then I would spend the time like moving stats around, moving gear around, setting that up, and then the execution is very autopilot. Once you have that kind of higher level goal set up, the execution's pretty much fire it off and go. So. Yeah, exactly, Karth, and exactly, Fudginator. So when I felt that it was addictive to me, I stopped. But that's part of my personality, right? Like, I will do that. I will stop that when it becomes something that I find problematic. And I think this is where the mix-up between like hating this game occurs. I understand how this game makes money. I don't begrudge them that at all. I don't think it's particularly exploitive if you understand it. If it were hidden and manipulating you and you weren't aware that it was manipulating you, I also think I would find that exploitive. But it's not hidden. It's very upfront about it. We understand the pay-to-win model. We understand the resource model in the sense of trying to manipulate you to do these things, and you make decisions based on that. And if you're okay with that and understand that, it's a pretty fun game. And I like it as a limited resource system. So anyways, I'm gonna stop saying it because it's weird, because part of the sponsorship is not necessarily say any of this shit. It's just my personal experience with it. And I hate it when games get maligned for things they're not doing poorly. And I think this game does all the things it says it's gonna do. I think it does it reasonably well, by and large. So anyway. All right, so it looks like he's pretty close to one-shotting our characters right now, which means we're pretty close to wiping on this. Turn 25 or so, again, his scaling stuff's pretty nasty. And we're getting 20 million damage in here. Hopefully it helps out the newbies. But you can see his health bar actively moving when we're hitting it because we're essentially over-geared for this content. But I don't mind helping out some random clan that we joined just for showing off the clan boss to people. I'm happy to run Faction Wars if you like. Faction Wars, I'll show you. I'll take a look at what we're working with. I don't know what factions are open today. I basically can't do all the factions because I don't have people for most of the factions. All right, Aethel's down, which is pretty bad news. Aethel's a pretty big damage dealer with a lot of lifesteal. I don't think this comp runs Resurrection. There are some comps that do run Resurrection. All the clan bosses are this clan boss. There's different difficulty levels of it. But there's so many bosses in this game, and all the mechanics are slightly different, that if you are looking for mobile experiences with a bit of diversity, there's a lot of diversity in this game, for sure. Alright. I think we chunked this guy a little bit for clan team. We'll move on from clan bosses after this, but you guys did request to see it, so here we are. Do you see those 37,000s ticking up? That's the poison dot off of whatever she is. She's a specialist, right? She's not particularly great in a lot of fights, but she's very good in this fight. There's Tyrell being a beast. Guy is tanky as shit, has great debuffs. Alright. Alright, how do I go? There we go. Alright. There we are, 1 key, 15 million damage. Not as good as Sarah over here, but still helping out the team a little bit. Maybe chunk normal out. All right, let's move on. So Doom Tower is something, Doom Tower is pretty cool. So Doom Tower, every different room has different mechanics. And then every so often, every so many floors, there's a boss. They just released Doom Tower when I quit this game, so I didn't get super into it. So I haven't customized the teams. But what this means is a lot of times you have a lot of heroes who are kind of secondary. They're not quite as good as the primary heroes, but they're specialists. They do some things well. And Doom Tower feels like it's a nice spot for that. Let's take a look at Faction Warfare while we're looking at this. So let's see. We're at 9 of 10 of these. Let's go. We should do Arena while we're waiting because the Arena stuff's going to have reset. And if you guys remember, we took all the fights we wanted. The refresh is every like 15 minutes, it looks like. So let's refresh both the arena options here, do a couple arena fights, then we'll go check out some of the Faction War stuff as well. And this is how you play the game. So, for example, right now, if I were playing like at home, well, the problem is right now we apparently opened I don't remember opening a energy chest, but we must have opened an energy chest because we're over. So what you do is you get under the cap, so the cap is regenerating, energy regenerates over time. And then while your energy is under the cap and therefore regenerating, you go do some arena. And then while your energy is low and your arena tokens are low, you go do some clan boss and then you come back kind of deal. Like that's how you play this as a free-to-play player because your goal is to essentially maximize the amount of game content you're playing that you can do with limited resources. So. Oh, that wasn't even the right clan boss thing? Let's go take a look at that then. I'm kind of curious what we did there. So clan... what is it? It's battle clan boss. Let's go take a look. So we were helping out with normal. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was going to say, I thought we did better than that. There we are. Yeah. Give the newbies a boost. First place in tournament. This is probably from opening the Void Crystals, if I had to guess. It's probably one of the summoning tournament stuff. Let's take a look. No, this is Tag Team Arena because we're winning. So we've already claimed first reward. Currently, we're crushing arena. This is a brand new arena tournament, which means that yeah, if you look at it right here, yes, currently we got some sweet rewards coming out, but no one else has competed in it yet. So we'll see. Yeah, you cycle through your timers exactly. All right. So where are we going? We want to do some arena soon, but we don't have to wait quite yet. Let's do a little bit. Let's do some leveling of Torvald, which is campaign, because Fudgeinator asked about day-to-day grind. All right. I can't remember the highest experience location. I think it's... there's like a time versus experience thing too. So again, there's a lot of resources in this game. Certain areas are slightly better for experience than others. It's 12-3. Thank you. So 12-3 is here, which is this one. So 12-3 is here. And if you look, actually, I'm leveling people here. So Aethel can solo these, I believe. So essentially what we're doing here is we're leveling Brutal 12-3 or Brutal 12-6. Perfect. So we're leveling people here. So to do this, I'll show you the multi-battle function, which we haven't used yet. But we'll do that now. Just trying to see if there's anyone else we want to level. it's kind of helpful. It's annoying, but at the same time, a little bit helpful that we open all that garbage. Chat, remind me, is experience split between everyone involved? Only the people who aren't max level? Everyone involved? Or it's a flat amount for everyone? I don't remember. So does it hurt me to bring more people to this? It's split between everyone? Is it? I thought it was... I'll believe you if you say it. I don't remember. Okay. So let's multi-battle this a little bit. Let's go ahead and fire off, I don't know, 10 of these probably. You get a set amount of multi-battles per day. It's another resource that regenerates. We'll fire off 10 of these. I think we can handle this. We can always cancel a multi-battle if we want. But this is campaign. And campaign has a number of locations. The locations drop different types of items. They have different types of enemies in them. But we are leveling both this top guy over here and this guy here. It's better to have 3 food. Why is that? Oh, because the primary guy who's already full leveled also takes a cut. That's why it's better to have 3 food. Gotcha. Yep, makes sense. So there's no boss level on this. This is just campaign farming. So that's one run of the campaign right there, of that level of the campaign. We come out of it with in this case, we got a person as well as some cash. We go back into it. I'm going to grab another beer. Back in a second. Chat, I don't know how to define the experience. In a single player RPG, walking away from the computer and coming back to experience is just a very satisfying feeling to me. And maybe some people are like, it detracts from my gameplay experience. I love it. I love the hell out of it. Yeah, see, WoW, right? Like, makes total sense to me. I get it. Exactly. I do the planning and then I fire off. It's like, it's proof of concept, right? And it's funny for me because lots of times in games, like, it's good that in this game, there's a lot of progressions for that, because for me, once I beat a game like entirely, when I'm like, my proof of concept works entirely, I'm not interested in the game anymore. But I love the planning steps up to that. Yeah, I think Doom Tower would have been more interesting to me as a free-to-play player if I had more options. Because basically what happened is I ran into like levels where I'm like, I don't have the right character for this. I'm missing the tools. And a lot of those tools were things like burn, which I don't think I have any of, or there's a lot of different skills in this game that are very useful for specific bosses, and I just didn't have access to them. So for me, Doom Tower was easy up to a point, and then it was impossible up to a point for me, for Doom Tower. But yep, if I were playing long term, that would absolutely be something that I think I would enjoy, because it lets you have a reason to have like 15 different heroes of various levels. All right, we'll let it run out the multi-battle. This is campaign farming. It's not super exciting to watch visually, but you know, that's not the reason why you're doing it. We're doing this because we're leveling up our guys that we care about here. This new hero I have over here and this guy who's super good. who just needs some gear and stats basically, and we have to do this. You have a great burn option in the tag team arena. Bizarre, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Who is it? Maybe we're gonna check out arena after this when it finishes the 10, because our arena queue is pretty much up. You can see it slowly draining energy over time. Auto generates that, which is fine. So when I was playing this, I would basically identify my goals for a couple days ahead of time, and I'd be like, all right, well, Thursday I want to farm XYZ resource. Friday I want to farm resource N. And then Saturday I'm looking to set up for tournament. So I don't want to spend resources aggressively Thursday, Friday, because I want to save those resources as much as possible for Saturday. That'd be the type of gameplay I'd do for this. No, apparently Vitamin, it's best to have a full, well, it depends. So if you have a guy who's not max level, then no, basically the experience split is the same. So the empty slot is taking a percentage of our experience here. And the guy who's full level is also taking a slot of the experience. So it looks like each slot is given a quarter of the experience. So your best bet is to run 4 people. Drekthar, okay. I don't know Drekthar. All right, 2 more runs of this, then we'll go do something else. I know that campaign farming isn't terribly exciting to watch, but someone asked in chat and I wanted to show what it looked like. What's the point? Level 60 is max level. Level 60, you get stats over time, basic stats over levels, basically. So when we're level 1, so your characters, I think all characters start at rank 3, essentially. They can go up to level 30. And then as you increase their rank, they can go to 40, 50, then 60. Ranks get progressively more expensive, and you get stats all the way up, if I understand. So the point of it basically is you have to spend some resources to level the new guys that you get. And that's before you do things like unlock skills and unlock skill trees. So a new character represents a lot of investment. So you don't want to take just any character up. A lot of what you're doing when you decide to devote resources to something is you say, this character is very valuable, this character isn't so valuable, I'm going to level this character but not a different one. And this guy on the bottom right here is very valuable, like a very strong character, because basically for me what he does is in arena, he brings a different mechanic to the board, which is normally in arena you want to go first, you want to Vone people, and you want to blow them up before they get a chance to act. And this character is not based around this. This character has a passive that protects you when opponents do things like buff themselves. Did I do anything? Fuck no, man. This is on auto, and we definitely want to run auto in this game as much as possible. Auto is fucking sweet. So no, we didn't do shit. I was on auto battle for 10. So there's the rewards we generate from doing that. Not particularly valuable rewards, but they're okay. We got a bunch of experience. Good enough. All right, let's move on. Let's go do some arena while we're waiting. All right. This is a freebie. We'll take the freebie roll. Not sure the rest of these. 3 level 60s, powerful characters could be dangerous. 50, 50, 50, 50, powerful characters. We can probably handle this one. Oh, I'm out of arena tokens. Let's go dump some more arena tokens. Let's do our other ones first. These look like tougher rolls by and large. The quality of the characters are higher. You see a lot of level 60s. I recognize some PvPers. This character is fucking terrifying, for example. That monster guy. He does solo teams. This is probably doable. I don't recognize a lot of these characters and they're not full level. This team's probably doable. I don't know which the strongest of these are. Looking at it, it's probably that one. Let's match our strongest into their strongest. I'm expecting to be a favorite here, but it's a little hard to tell. Let's match our weakest into this team. So like this, I think. I have it on full auto right now, I believe. Tanky boys. I'm not tanky enough. I'll turn it off auto for Torvin, so to point it out, Tormin, to point it off. Yeah, we're better in this. We're more. our teams were well matched versus these. All right. So if we turn off auto here. Okay. All right. So AoE debuff. Group team defensive buff, followed by a single target taunt. Auto revive. This is Torment. I'm gonna AoE their team. I've got a passive on this guy. They haven't had any turns yet because their team's too slow. So I'm not gonna worry about it, I guess. What else from these teams? We can maybe make some progress versus this guy. His teams don't look super powerful. Just looking for the... A lot of times players will build trap defensive teams where they might level a character to exactly 50 even though they're rank 6, which means they could go to 60. And what they're trying to do is bait you into it. I'll check Bazaar in a second. I'll do it right now if you want. Let's check out the Bazaar. So this is what you do. This is how you trade in resources. And the resources off the arena are very good by and large. Things like energy boosts are huge because this is basically how many things you can do per time period. Things like books are really big. And which one is it? You're saying, is it this guy? Or is it higher ranked? 360 a piece, so it's probably this guy, huh? Yeah, I don't have this guy. What's the cooldown on this? Is it bars or is it time? I understand that 360 is a fragment for 1, but can I buy it? Like if I had 3600, if I had 3600, could I just... Oh, you need 100 fragments. So it's 36,000 fragments for this? You can buy 1 per day. I gotcha. Okay, I'm not going to start that right now because I'm not going to play 100 days right now. I'm not actively playing this game outside of this promotion, although I am enjoying this again, and I'm kind of sitting here going, maybe I should play this again because I had fun with this when I played it. But we could. Got to think in those terms though, WoW, right? The legendaries and the rares in this game are not fucking around. And the progress tree in this game is built around that time period. Let me show you the daily logins, for example. So if I go over here and I look at daily login rewards, their daily login rewards, it looks like I played about 70 days total. So I played probably about 2.5 months. They go out till 150 days, rewards every single day. Exactly. This is a free-to-play game. This is a game based around, well, it's a game you can play free to play, and it's designed to be grindy as fuck. So, you hate games with artificial slowdowns? It doesn't really bother me, because again, I approach it as a limited resource challenge. So, if you're sitting there going, I need to be the max progression of this, probably you're incentivized to buy that stuff. It's just not that important to me. Does it reset if you miss a day? It does not. Yes, it does, for some reason. That's not quite right. It does do that because, for example, it's been a year since I played last. So there must be some limit. I just don't know what that reset is. I don't know how it chooses that limit. You might have to claim the reward each day or something like that. I'm not exactly sure how that works. All right, we want to do a couple more arena fights, right? So let's do those. We can try. You guys want to see Monster? Monster probably beats us, but we'll try. All right, there is a way to beat this fucker. I just don't remember what his abilities do. He's got like a big, ginormous AoE zap. I think I can stun lock him with Tyrell. Let's try this. Yep, I'm not trying to... Again, it's a weird position to be in because I feel I aggressively defend raid because I think it's aggressively attacked for the wrong reasons. Not because I have any investment in aggressively defending it. Dude, this guy's still fucking invulnerable, huh? Can you die? Thank you. That was close. You can see that team almost soloed me. Monster's terrifying for me. Okay, so we won 2 of the 3. So even if we lose this fight, it's fine. All right. Yeah. No, I turned off auto. All right, let's take a look what it's working with. Okay. No, I don't want to attack you. No! Oh, no. All right. It's fine. All right, let's taunt here. Okay, taunts up. Can't remember what my abilities do here. Attack all enemies. Place a block debuffs. 100% heal reduction on enemies under freeze. Does he have any passives? Can't tell. Excuse me. All right. What does this one do? Remove all buffs from target enemy. Does not running any buffs. Okay. Got a freeze off on him. Let's phone him. So this ability here stuns when they're under a certain percentage. I think it's 25%. Okay, attack one enemy, decrease the target's turn meter by 50%. If its attack fully depletes it, it's under 50%. So this should remove his full turn. So he's gonna be, I don't know why I got 2 turns of stun, but 2 turns of stun is great. All right. I'm scared of this guy. Monsters, this is one of the PvP ones you run into as a free-to-play player, and you're just like, why does that guy beat my entire team? Okay. Let's go look at what he does too. I'm kind of curious now. I've forgotten. I remember him being insanely strong. So he's so we go to Index Undead. Undead Hordes. We have that guy. So this shows what we have. Is this by rarity right now? I'm not sure what it's by. Maybe he's not undead. He might be Revenant Lords or something. He is 100% epic. There he is. Miscreated monster. Alright. He's got an AoE. Okay, attack one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 15% chance of placing a stun debuff. And has a 50% chance of placing a defense debuff if the stun buff was placed. Attacks all enemies. Stuns again. Shields allies. Equal to 25% of the damage inflicted. Ally protection, which transfers damage to him and places a continuous heal on him. There it is. Place a fear debuff on the attacker for 1 turn whenever an ally is attacked while under an ally protection. So he's just like ungodly tanky, stuns shit all the time, and applies a bunch of debuffs. I'm terrified of that champion. So good. All right, anyway. Arena. Going forward. Anything else from this group? Probably not. Let's go to refresh. Fire these off. I think we can handle these groups. Go faster than them seems like a good play. This is a guy trying to farm newbies. His comp is set up so that people will attack him. It's one character per spot, and these characters are huge AoE nukers. So I don't know for this character. I don't know if this character is a huge AoE nuker or not, but the first 2 definitely are. So I'm expecting if any of these survive to see a huge hit. Not off this girl. The other 2 I know for a fact do it. So it's kind of like they're baiting their arena team. And you design your arena team. So if I go over here, defense, like my current arena team is just this guy over here. 1 per. And part of this is because if your guys are in the defensive arena team, they can't be doing things like leveling in like the there's a passive location you can put people in to level them kind of deal. But basically, you see a lot of people trying to get you to engage them because you have a battle log, and the battle log includes defense. And you can see what's happening with the defense here. Like, in general in the defense, we're losing. And every once in a while we have a victory here in defense, which is where someone queued into us and lost to our team. Yep, you do. You get rewards if you win fights where people queue into you. So essentially these people with these teams here are trying to get you to queue into them because they are trying to bait you into fighting them, which is nice when you can win. I'll show you here because this team is very likely to go. And you can see this is 3 level 60s. They're each level 60. 2 of the same character here. This purple star means they have spent resources to progress a character all the way out, which is small amounts of stat bonuses. So these teams are going to be disproportionately harder than they should be here. So you'll see it here when we match into it. Probably my first 2 teams crush them, but probably my 3rd team gets nuked pretty hard. Because my 3rd team doesn't have good damage. So what they lose by doing this is they lose speed. They don't have speed pushers. Oh, they're not going to get a turn off, so it's irrelevant. That guy's taunted. So here we could have had been in trouble there because he got a turn off and he has a big AoE nuke, but he was taunted, so we didn't get to use it. So it's kind of funny. All right. All right, what else we got here? So I'm trying to do due diligence with this game, show you guys all the parts of it while also doing some of the fun stuff from my perspective. Is there anything I haven't showed you guys that you would like to see? Different types of boss fights. There's a couple we haven't been through. Regular campaign farming, investment in a hero. Anything else we should touch on? Let's do the other arena fights here. This is currently out. We should... let's quickly refresh those. Let's grab one of the refreshes for that, which is here, I believe. Oh, we have to collect these anyways. This is our clan boss keys. We should do that to help out. This is our regular arena tokens. We should do that. Yeah. Let's go back to our regular arena and try this. I don't know if we beat this. This is Dark Aethel, who's an AoE nuker. It's clearly designed to kill your whole team. What's the RPG aspect of this game exactly? Well, RPG is all about character development, right? And this is literally a game about summoning a shit ton of characters, building fighting teams out of them, and leveling the crap out of them. So that's very RPG-ish to me. So is there like a storyline? There is a storyline. The storyline's fine. It didn't grab me particularly, but it's there. The problem is you're going to be doing so much repetition of the storyline in this game that the storyline doesn't seem super important to me, because essentially you're going to have done it a billion times. Do you get anything of people? Yeah, I already talked to that one. Okay. Beating up some newbies with their newbie comps. Seems good. Don't know this guy. This guy might be a new hero. But we'll never know because we burned him to death. Easy game. Durr. Don't know a Durr. That would be nasty. We can definitely solo this girl. Or rather, we can fight this girl solo. She does big AoE damage again, another one of the starting characters. Alright, let's try... I'm kind of curious about this comp. We're going to get scammed here. We're very likely to lose. For example, I don't know what this guy does. Shadowkin Ninja level 60. What the fuck does he do? Decrease defense, HP burn, and perfect veil. Perfect veil is like a stealth effect. You can't attack them. I think that's what it does. It's kind of weird that they have the lizard leading. The lizard's a defense character, right? Sweet. Low level arena. It gets so as you get higher level in this stuff, essentially you have to be a lot choosier with your fights, because we're steamrolling this stuff because we have okay gear. We deliberately set the comp up to be speed tuned, so we spend a little bit more time thinking through our comp, and we have a decent leader for this team. So we're farming some people who have if they have better gear than us, they're not going out of their way to show it. probably win this fight. It's not guaranteed, but I'm kind of interested. That's a big shield. Good start. We killed their damage dealer. Okay. All right. Where are we on team comp ones? 5. Already picked a couple of these. All right, let's run a couple more of the battles. So we've done clan, I mean, we have a clan boss key. We can do one more clan boss here, maybe kill the normal boss, since we had one more key to deal with there. It's kind of nice that I don't have to worry about the setup for these because they're already set in there. So a lot of the, if you're just starting this game, a lot of the worry, the concern, not concern or worry, this is the wrong words. A lot of the prep time for a fight is figuring out who to bring and why. And a lot of that is matching the appropriate skill to the type of the boss and then figuring out what the comp as a whole has. But since I was playing this game fairly regularly about a year ago, all these comps are saved. And I did want to check out that ability where it chooses which skills to use. Should be worth looking at. We should fire that off maybe for the clan boss. All right, chat, talk to me. We're coming up to the end of this promotion. Probably done after this, maybe. Is there anything else you guys would like to see from this game before we call it a day? How much did Raid Shadow Legends pay me? Well, it's a sponsored promotion. I can't disclose exact details, but I mean, this is a sponsored promotion, so a chunk. The Raid promotions do better when people download and play the game as well, but no one has done that for this particular promotion, so it's not particularly lucrative as it goes, but it's okay. I like the game. It's not a big deal for me to promote it every once in a while. Other questions? The kickback is based on a number of players, Vitamin T. You're certainly welcome to do it if you're interested in the game. You don't have to get to level 20. I think it's install the game from a new account following my link and then play through the tutorial, I think is the first kickback, quote unquote. But it takes a bunch of people doing it. What are we fighting? We're fighting the clan boss. He is a boss with an absolute ridiculous amount of HP that you as a group of people take down collectively. So correct, Vitamin T, but please don't do that just for me. If you're interested in the game, by all means, fire it off. If you're not so interested in the game, don't worry about it. Is there any way to support me if you've already got an account? Not through the Raid Shadow Legends promotion. Nope. You're already at 15 and digging it? Cool. I'm glad. Again, all the caveats going into it. I think this game is really well done if you're interested in a free-to-play game that you're often playing on mobile devices, but not only limited to mobile devices. I think the game is, or if you have a ton of disposable income that you want to throw at a game. Can't tell if you're trying to be kind of funny or not over there, but I mean, keep at it, I guess. We'll figure it out eventually. Second one isn't you? Not me either, man. Not me either. So I liked it as a limited resource kind of thing. I think it has some fun elements to it. There's a lot of planning. If you play this free to play, there's a lot of planning, which I like. So we might actually get this boss for them. Yep, breaks at work. Exactly. Again, if you are just starting this game, I can't recommend enough the community resources for it. I've never met the guy, and I've only ever watched his content, but Hell Hades resources and Hell Hades website was excellent when I was playing this game for a resource to be like, how good is this hero? Should I bother investing in them? How much should I invest in them? What locations are they going to be good in? That was super useful to me as a new player. There's other content creators out there for sure, but that was the one that came to mind initially for me. Their marketing budget is probably astronomical. This is a game that makes money off the whales, essentially the players who put a lot of money into this. And they built a fairly nicely, I think, as an exchange for this, is that they built a game that's fairly fun to play by and large at all levels, which is a really good way to do it. And they make their killing off of the top levels of players playing this. Now, I played a couple of these games that were garbage, and this wasn't one of them from my perspective. Like a couple of these where it was just like pure scam. This actually provides a fairly engaging gameplay experience. How long have I been playing this game for? I played it for about 3 months, give or take. I played it a couple times on stream for promotions, not having invested in the game very much, and then I got into it quite a bit more when the power and internet from my home basically went down for about 2 months, and I was renting an office to stream from and coming home each night. And I enjoyed the fact that it was a game I could play at home while I was sitting on the couch with my wife watching TV. I could play through this, or if I came back and just wanted to chill out in front of the computer, I could play out and play this. But for me, it was a very casual, friendly game, in part because of this auto battle. So I could watch a stream while firing up an auto battle as we're farming the clan boss. I enjoyed it. I do enjoy it. I'm enjoying this promotion. All right, chat. Coming up to pretty soon a conclusion here for the stream. Any other thoughts from y'all? Anything else you guys would like to talk about? Any questions about the game? Any concerns? Any thoughts? Anyone want to yell insults at me or any of the things that we normally do on channel? I think we're gonna kill this boss for the newbies here. Sister Militant. Is she one of the early healers? Okay. Happy? Absolutely. Bedtime for Nazi boy. Yeah. I think his parents have put him back in the hole that he calls home. The little pit that they confine him to, where he learns hatred and vitriol for all other people. So, we wish him well, but we wish him never to speak in our channel again. So, there we are. This game's the Battle Brothers clone. Looks like you might be a random community member just showing up in my channel. No, kidding, Fatal. I know who you are. Yeah, exactly. It's a Battle Brothers clone for sure. Darkest Dungeon on Tuesday. I'm probably not streaming tomorrow. Darkest Dungeon 2. Looking forward to it a lot. I'm expecting great things out of it, although I don't have any reason to do that past their past performance. Could be a total failure, but I'm really hoping it's not. Yeah, me too, Tom. Me too, buddy. Really looking forward to Darkest Dungeon. Fingers crossed it's the most interesting game I've played in ages. Hope I get back into RSL. I don't know. I like the game. I feel like my time is going to be very accounted for in the near future if the game's good. You gonna wait till it's out on Steam? All right. Maybe it's like Raid. I don't think it has the same business model as Raid, so I'd be really surprised if it is. I think it's going to be much closer to Rogue Lords, which we were playing recently, which is essentially character development through repeatable paths that your characters choose that has a lot of character development in it in terms of stats, etc. Tuesday. Interesting. We're so close to killing this boss, we're not going to get there. Oh, where, not when? I'm sorry. Epic, on Epic Games. These poison dots doing work. Oh no! Alright. Alright. So that was the normal boss. Hey, normal boss is down. So there must have been someone else doing it simultaneously because we killed it. All right, let's take a quick look. What else do we have in here for consumables that we need to deal with immediately? That one. Anything for 1 day, 2 days on energy? I think we're good though. All right. All right, chat. I think I am done for today. Thank you very much for hanging out during the sponsored part of my stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you have any questions, feel free to fire them off. If not, I will see you guys on Tuesday. Tuesday is Darkest Dungeon 2 day, which is looking forward to that for me. And I'm going to call it a day here. Y'all got anything else for me? Okay. Have a good night, guys. See you soon. Later.